Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the 11th meeting of the Planning Environment Committee to order. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Lenapehoik, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. I'll just look around for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. We have a couple of councillors and committee members online. I'll look there. Not seeing any. Before we get into consent items, I'd just like to highlight a good news story that happened in the last few days. Minister Flack was down in London and presented the City of London with a $11.2 million check from the Building Faster Fund. This is a recognition of the city hitting provincial housing targets as we address our much needed housing supply. And I just want to give this opportunity to go to Mr. Mathers to comment a little bit further on the actions that city staff have taken to allow us to get to this point.
Absolutely. Through the chair, this is amazing news. We achieved 4,224 units last year, and that out of a target of 4,700. That's 90% of this target for the province had set for the City of London. We're one of the few cities that actually were able to hit that target last year, and this is the second year in a row that we'll be able to get funding from Building Faster Fund, so it's very positive news. That funding is going to be used to build new housing enabling infrastructure, water, sewers, and roads in the City of London, which is also a very positive step. So this really comes down to the great work by our staff teams and in the building area and the planning area, all the work that we're bringing towards to committee and council and all of the approvals that are provided by council, and then also the development community actually moving ahead with these developments and building housing in London. So very positive opportunity for London to be able to get this funding, and thanks for letting us share that, and that's really wonderful news for the City of London.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers, and thank you from the chair here. I know the hard work that you and your staff have done on so many different levels in the process, improving that, which we're going to see later on today, another example of the way we're improving processes to get things moving faster. And thank you to my committee members and fellow councillors. It's a team effort here. $11.2 million, that's a lot of money. And that goes a long way to taking the burden off taxpayers as we face the challenges of a growing city and where people are going to live. So thank you again, Mr. Mathers and your staff. Okay, moving into consent items. Usually with consent items, we group them together to get through a little faster, but we've had requests to pull all of them except 2.2. So 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5 will be going down to the end of the meeting after the scheduled items. And we only have the one, 2.2, which is amendment to the Heritage Designating Bylaw at 4402 Colonel Talbot Road. So I'll look to committee members to hopefully move that. Councillor Cuddy moves it, Councillor Stevenson seconds it, and I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I am not a member of this committee, but this heritage site is in Lambeth, the ward that I represent. I do want to thank the Lambeth Health Organization for creating and being able to keep this heritage building as they developed it. To me, this is a good news story. They were able to take advantage of some incentive programs that are available to developers. But I know what's in front of us today is just a technical amendment since part of the property was severed. And we're just realigning the legal description. But I want to give my thanks to the organization for keeping this historical site.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments, questions. We have a motion moved and seconded, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving into scheduled items. We have a delegation from our Community Advisory Committee on Planning, the chair, Mr. Metralier. There you are, okay. Please go ahead, sir, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of PEC and Council. My name is Jean-Marc Metrailler. I'm the chair of the Community Advisory Committee on Planning. In the report you have from us here today, I did want to speak to what I would say are the first three of some important items that are coming back before Council on what I would call, what has been called the priority listed property project. And so to refresh your memory on the context here, there is provincial legislation set to delist, take off the Heritage Registry in London about 2,000 properties, effective January 1st, 2027. Pursuant to a council-approved work plan, our committee was tasked with looking at some of these properties. We reached out to a number of community associations, local organizations, heritage advocacy groups, in an effort to narrow down that list a little bit. We got to about 100 as a result of that feedback. We met as a working group. The committee further narrowed that down to 13 or so properties, which were then referred back to council. Council asked staff to look at those properties, bring them back for designation consideration. And so that's what our report deals with, and I think you have those properties before you today. So I wanted to explain the committee's rationale generally and specifically. We did recommend, we agreed with the staff recommendation that these properties, these three, should be designated. To take a step back, big picture, when council is thinking about designating and when we think about giving our recommendations, I always like to think of a heritage designation as not something that necessarily preserves a property forever in stone. You have the example of the Kent Brewery that came before council recently. That was a designated property, and the CACP and council ultimately actually recommended a proposal for demolition. But what designation gave in that case was at least some leverage, some negotiating position that caused the owner to reincorporate certain elements of that development. So I just want to say big picture that a recommendation to designate we don't feel necessarily means nothing can ever be done in terms of redeveloping a property. As to these three specific properties, you've got the industrial building on Nightingale. This, the committee noted, was, I think, one of the first we've ever seen that satisfied 8 out of 9 heritage criteria. It was, at one point, I think, the tallest building in London, so it's quite a landmark. We've also got the Norbert Apartments in Old North. We noted, as you see in the staff report, this is reported to be the first tenant cooperative in London. And it's also an example of somewhat underrepresented multifamily history. And then we've also got on our flagged list the property on Erie Avenue, which we noted had a strong association with the early Muslim immigrants in history to London. And we did feel that was important to recognize that, that the important contribution in history that property had. And so that is our reasons for kind of recognizing the heritage value in these properties. I do know, at least in some of the cases, the property owner has not consented and is not favorable towards designation. That's certainly something we respect and weighed on me personally. We always encourage those property owners to come to the committee to tell us their story, their concerns. But I do have to, my personal view of this is that there is a public interest in designation that is to be weighed against a private interest. If we only ever considered designating properties where the owner wanted it, you're not really protecting the ones that are genuinely at risk. Because if the owner doesn't want it, you know, they come January 1st, 2027, they can demolish. And so I think in the spirit of what the Heritage Act contemplates, there is a public interest to be balanced against the legitimate private concerns about designation. And in these three cases, the committee felt that out of the 2,000 properties, these very important properties we identified did kind of meet that balance where the public interest in designation exceeded what we considered the legitimate concerns of the property owner. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And while you're here, Ms. Michali, I just want to say thank you very much to your advisory committee. This planning and council gave you quite an onerous task, 2,000 properties to sort through. And you explained kind of your process there, and then you've done a lot of the legwork to get it down to 13 key properties that you believe is worth, much more careful consideration. So I remember charging you with that task and knew the work ahead of you. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, and the committee appreciates that work that you've done on our behalf. So thank you. Okay, so okay. All right, so on eScribe, there is a motion already drafted to acknowledge the delegation and the memo that's attached, so I'll look for a mover for that, if we can get the discussion underway. It's on eScribe, right?
Yep, 3.1. Or, yeah, 3.1.
2.2. If you look under 2.2.
No, 3.1.
I'm sorry, 3.1, yeah, 3.1.
It's 3.1.
3.1, sorry.
I'll move.
Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and then I'll put on the floor for any questions or comments. Seeing none, we got a motion moved in second, and we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, we're moving on to 3.2, and this is regarding a draft neighborhood plans and guidelines. I'll look for a motion to open up the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Hillier, and we'll call that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll look for speakers. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of council, for being here today on this nice hot summer day. I'm Mike Wallace. I'm the Executive Director of the London Development Institute, and first let me start by thanking city staff for explaining the process. Is what this is basically what we're dealing with today, that the process is requiring that the city ask the minister the permission to continue the consultation, which has begun with the industry, and this motion today, or that you're dealing with, isn't approving the guidelines. It's just really asking the minister to allow us to continue the consultation. And we appreciate staff explaining that to us long before we got to this meeting so that we didn't get all nervous about it. So we're supportive of what's in front of you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Mr. Clerk, if there's anyone online that would like to speak. There's nobody online. I don't see anyone else approaching the microphone. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. We'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll put it on the floor for committee members looking for a motion. Councillor Hillier, you're moving the staff recommendation. Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy. Okay, I'll look for comments or questions from committee members or visiting councillors. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Through to staff, I'm just wondering if we could just get an overview of this and why it's coming to us for, and then it goes, we're being asked to send it directly to the province for approval prior to public consultation.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So all lands that come in, this is intended for lands that are being brought into the urban growth boundary. So council approved in December, adopted in December that, and it's still being reviewed by the ministry. But for any lands that are brought into the urban growth boundary, they're brought in as a future community growth or a future industrial growth place type. And based on London Plan policies, all lands in that future community growth designation, they are required to go through a secondary planning process. So the intention of this is as an alternative type of secondary planning, which can be initiated by an applicant, whereas right now the process is a secondary plan that, based on city resources, is established in the city's work plan. So this can align with timing of when the first phase of new areas there is an interest from an applicant. This is also scoped to the type of application, so secondary plans are set up for lands across the whole city, whereas this is focused on the map changes and the type of complete community that you would need to identify a conceptual plan, and studies that are required for that based on it being vacant land in greenfield areas. So the intention is that it is scoped in a faster process and aligns with development requirements. The reason that it has to go to the minister is because there is a section under Section 17 of the Planning Act saying that any new complete application requirements require approval of the minister to proceed. And they need to know that their draft policies have been brought to council. There have been an initial consultation with the development community and with Indigenous communities. So because this is something that was previously a city-initiated process, it is, based on our discussions with the ministry, considered as a new type of application. So because it's new complete application requirements, we have to send it to the ministry to get an approval to proceed. And then if the ministry does agree, then we can continue and add these policies to the London Plan that would allow this alternative process. Again, if they don't agree, then the only option is secondary planning led by the city.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So consultation with the development industry and with the Indigenous communities, but what about homeowners and property owners in London? It just feels like that is happening after the provincial approval. So is there a reason why we're not seeking more public input other than today prior to sending it to the province?
Go to staff.
Through the chair. So there's a list of criteria that the ministry has of what they're looking for with the draft policies, and those are the communities that are identified. What's in the staff report are draft policies for the purposes of continued consultation. So if the ministry agrees, then we may proceed. Staff will then hold community information meetings, community public consultations, and continue to get feedback from all groups. And then based on that feedback, another public meeting will happen with a final report coming forward with adjustments. So this is as a draft for the purposes of continued consultation. But it's in order to give the ministry kind of an understanding of what the kind of bandwidth of what the intended project is that the city's doing. So there is the intention of having broader community consultation, but it's not done until we know whether or not the ministry is going to allow us to go ahead.
Counselor?
Thank you. Again, I guess my concern is if the ministry approves it and through public consultation, we want to scale it back, is there potential that that scaling back wouldn't be approved? Because there might be some want to support the bigger push. And I'm not asking you to speculate on what the province would do, but what I'm saying is I would like to have the public consultation first and then send it to the province. Is there a way to squeeze one more consultation in before we do this next step?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so we don't yet know if we're going to be allowed to move ahead with the process. So that's the purpose of the minister's approval first. They're not approving the actual policies. They're getting an understanding of what the nature of the complete application requirements are that they want to be added. What we have found based on other projects is this is like all policies, is a draft policy for feedback. So we are in the same way we would bring to council draft policies to be received for the purposes of continued consultation. This is a preliminary idea that has had some preliminary discussion with certain groups based on that checklist, but there's nothing preventing further change to draft policies or the process or the approach based on any further feedback we receive. So the entire purpose of it is to get initial feedback from the ministry, and if we are allowed to continue, then we take these draft policies out to the public for their feedback. It's important to have something for people to respond to. So this is an initial set of policies that staff have proposed, along with preliminary discussions with those groups identified in the minister's checklist. And then based on whatever further discussion we hear from the community or anyone else, we also don't want to go ahead with community consultations if we're not allowed to actually complete the process. So we have to get, it's a difficult position we're sort of put in because the minister wants to approve to allow us to proceed, but in order what we have to submit to the minister, we have to prove some initial discussion has already happened.
Counselor?
Yeah, it does just put us in an awkward spot. I would agree. And although the two groups were mandated, shall we say, are you specifically told not to consult with the public until the province gives their approval? Like, is that part of the step?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, no, it was determined that it was in order to ensure that we're bringing something to the public where we know there's a reasonable expectation that their feedback can actually be incorporated into a project that's allowed to continue.
Counselor?
Yeah, so I don't want to belabor it. I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, but it does feel like we're treating the groups differently. Like, obviously, there was sufficient confidence in what we put forward for both the developers and the Indigenous communities. I feel like the Londoners here would like equal footing in that space, especially given the apprehension that is growing around the massive changes that are happening around the city. And there's some nervousness with the Heights review. I ran into a lot of problems with that in that there wasn't the level of transparency that Londoners were expecting, the ones that I spoke to at least. And so I don't want to make the same mistake again. So I have one last question and I'll just see what my colleagues have to say. I'm assuming, I just want to confirm with committee rules, I could still move something in my second time speaking, correct? Yeah. So my other question is, referring this for one cycle or two cycles, is that a problem just to allow maybe just councillors to do the work, those of us who want to do that, to then be able to come home, come back and fully support it?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so my understanding is there would be no issue with that. The one element of timing is we don't know how long a minister's approval may take, and we are doing this preemptively so that once the minister has approved, or once the ministry has approved the urban growth boundary, the approach to how to deal with new lands is in place at the same time. So if this is something that is going to be delayed much beyond, we want it basically to be in place at the same time as the minister's approval happens for the UGB, so that any of those first phases of lands in the immediately surrounding areas, that first, immediately closest, if they have a phase of development they want to bring in, because they can bring in subdivisions concurrent with these plans, then the approach to these areas needs to be in place pretty much at the same time as when an urban growth boundary approval happens from the minister.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. So if there's support with any of my colleagues here, I would like to refer it one cycle. And that would just give us a chance to say those residents who do want to explore, get to know, and provide input have that little window. Many people won't, and it's summer, but at least we will have done that. I'm going to leave it and just see if another one of my colleagues is interested in that.
Okay, so there's a motion proposed. I'll look for a seconder on that. Counselor Cuddy has seconded that motion, so we now have a referral on the floor. So I'll look for colleagues to comment on that. Counselor Stevenson?
Thank you. I'll maybe just ask through you to staff. I just want to confirm that in this referral, because usually in the referral we say why, and I just want to be clear, is there any benefit in staff doing anything in this one cycle referral, or are we looking for council to take that on? So I just would like staff's input on that.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, if this is something that will be referred for a cycle, there's absolutely opportunity to like put that out and try to get some input. It is a citywide application, so unless you want to get to the point of issuing letters citywide, then that would be a challenge. But we do have mechanisms to be able to put postings on the city website to just provide information and to our mailing list and circulation list. So if that's something that council is interested in, we could try to take it one step above of just the councilors being able to reach out. I don't see any kind of challenge or concern about it. That very much in this situation, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg. We want to make sure that when we do bring something, have a holistic approach and getting feedback from the community, that it's something that is actually can be done. So, but it's also very valuable to get some input before we move forward to the province and finalize that submission. So we're happy to be able to do that for council.
Counselor? Oh, sorry, Ms. McNeely.
Thank you. Through the chair, we could also put information packages for the ward councillors. We're trying to do better with that on planning applications or like high profile and being more resident focused so people understand what the legislative and the regulatory framework is. We have to meet certain mechanisms as Mr. Macbeth had identified, but then this could be translated to this is what it means to residents of London.
Counselor?
Oh, that sounds terrific. So thank you very much. And having that citywide thing that we can amplify would be amazing. So hopefully we have support here at committee. I think this is the honoring thing to do. And I think Londoners, and we can also amplify the fact that, hey, this is a great shift towards resident-focused information. And I think it's a positive move all around.
Look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors.
I didn't get the reason why she wanted to refer.
Counselor, the clerk is just asking for clarity on the reason that for the referral.
It would be for public consultation, or I'll defer to staff, but I'll defer to staff on that.
I'll go with staff for a suggestion.
Through the chair, I think it's for the opportunity to have additional public consultation.
Okay, it should be on eScribe right now. Again, I'll look for other Councilor Purple.
Thank you, and through the chair to the staff, even though I'm not a voting member of this committee, I just want to ask in terms of the timing, and if we go by one cycle, I'm very much for it, supportive of it, get the input, feedback from our residents, absolutely. On the other hand, in terms of the timeline, is it actually meaningful, or is it going to be just kind of checking off the box, we did something extra, and there's not going to be enough time? When can we put this out? I totally understand, and I would never support in terms of mailing out this, but if you look at the social media, if you look at the website, when can we get it out? And again, if you look at one cycle, the agenda comes 1 week before, then Friday before, it has to be submitted. So how many days actually the public will have a chance to kind of really digest this or give us a feedback, so it's valuable actually for both sides?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so I think the information they'll be gathering, and that, especially from a counselor perspective, it'll be information that helps support any decisions that you want to make on this item when it does come back. I would suggest a referral to September, because that will give you a couple months to be able to have that time, and then if there's any information, we'll be able to provide that that we received as part of this consultation, we'll be able to provide that at the September PEC meeting.
I just asked the clerk if there is any date specific in the referral.
Through the chair, it currently states a future meeting of the Planning Environment Committee. If a more specific date is requested, I can make that change.
Councillor, do you wish, I know you said one cycle. Do you wish to put in a specific date in your referral?
Again, I'll ask staff. I appreciate the September, so I believe there's two, one September 9th and one maybe the 29th or something. I'll ask staff.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, I would suggest the September 9th, and then if there's any challenges with the communications, we can always bump it a cycle, but to the next meeting, that still goes to the same council, I believe. So, but I would, for a starting point, I'd say September 9th.
Okay, so that's good.
That'd be great, and thank you, Councillor Provost.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Purple.
Follow up to the staff, and I did hear that, of course, we cannot predict when the ministry is going to respond to us of the acceptance or not. But if it's September 9th, 29th, if it does come through tomorrow, what specific details or delays potentially there would be for anyone that we should determine the earlier one nor the later one? The reason why I'm asking, if there is not, then again, we are looking at July, August, summer, people are away, etc. We did go through it 1 or 2 years ago, right? So if there isn't an issue, then we might as well go to 29th, because again, we are going to state on the documents where we post, we put by a certain date when people need to respond. So what potentially negatives could there be? What opportunities we lose if the ministry order comes through tomorrow and we are delaying this?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so if this isn't brought forward, it just does impact the time frame of us bringing back a further, like the further public engagement, which will take some time. So it'll add 2 or 3 months, depending on the date that you choose. So the difference between those two dates is just the council that it will go to. So the council that the 29th would go to is I think 3 weeks later. So at the scheme of things, it's not a huge difference. So I'll leave it for committee and council to decide on the specific date. But either way, if you want to have an extra month of opportunity, then that 29th would give you that opportunity to have an extra month.
Councillor.
Thank you. So as I said, I'm not a voting member of this committee, but certainly at the council, if this passes, I will support the September 9th. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'll look for any
And
other.
thank you, staff.
I'll look for other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors. Seeing none, if council will permit, or committee will permit, I'll just a couple of comments. Do we have a feeling of when we're going to hear from the government on their decision about the urban growth boundary?
Through the chair, with respect to the urban growth boundary, so with respect to the urban growth boundary, they're actually past their statutory timelines, so we don't have a very good idea of when they will be providing us that response. We understand that it is, of course, a very busy time for them, so it could be any time within the next 6 months.
Right, okay. Yeah, so, I I applaud staff for being, acting in advance, getting things going so we don't waste time. Kind of refers back to my comments earlier. So I can support this because I understand where the councilor's going on that. But I couldn't if it was longer than the September 9th. Like, I don't want to delay processes. Once we get approval, I want to hit the ground running in these changes. And I'm confident enough that we're looking at getting approval to continue on the road that we're going, and then we will get to consultative stage with Londoners, et cetera. But again, I have no problem with looking for that input at this point either, more possible. So I will support this. So I'll look one last time for any other comments or questions. Got a motion moved and seconded. We'll call a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.3. This is regarding the Southwest Area Secondary Plan, or SWAP, detailed review. I'll look for motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Hillier, and we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll look for speakers from the public that would like to address the committee on this particular item. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. Emily Elliott, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Emily Elliott, and I'm with MHBC Planning, and I'm here today on behalf of 102-53282 Ontario Limited and 1788025 Ontario Inc. regarding the lands municipally known as 443 and 447 Exeter Road. And I'd just like to start by thanking staff for the work undertaken so far with respect to the Southwest Area Plan Review and their thorough staff report. We've reviewed the staff report and prepared written submissions to staff, which were included on the agenda today. As part of the SWAP review and the related amendment to the London Plan, we understand that the lands to the west and south of this property, my client's lands, are intended to be redesignated to a shopping center place type. This is illustrated on Schedule 2 of the staff report, or sorry, Schedule 2 of the proposed OPA, and it's on page 20 of the staff report. 443 and 443 and 447 Exeter Road are the properties that front on Exeter Road and are north and east of the limits of the proposed shopping center place type. And we respectfully request that this designation, this place type, also be applied to 443 and 447 Exeter Road. Currently, our clients' lands are designated transitional industrial in the SWAP, and they're within the light industrial place type of the London Plan. There's also a site-specific policy in the London Plan that applies to this site and provides that the lands are considered to be transitional industrial lands. When the transitional industrial place type was applied, or in the SWAP, it was acknowledged in the staff report that the lands are not identified as being desirable or suitable to be retained as employment lands based on their location and market demand, as well as the potential for future compatibility issues as the surrounding area develops to non-industrial uses. The staff report also acknowledged that these lands are not required for employment purposes over the long term, and that it's appropriate for the lands to be converted to non-industrial uses, hence the transitional industrial designation in the SWAP. The SWAP itself states that the intention of the transitional industrial designation is to accommodate a potential shift in market demand from industrial to residential uses over the long term, while allowing the existing uses and properties in this area to develop and evolve for light industrial uses over the shorter term. The SWAP also states that the lands are not considered to be employment lands under the then applicable provincial policy statement. So in short, based on the policy framework that applies, these lands are not considered to be long-term industrial lands, and they are envisioned to accommodate future residential uses. based on our review of the OPA, as a result of the repeal of the swap and the redesignations, the light industrial place type will apply to our clients' lands with no special policy area recognizing the intent of the transitional industrial place type. And so as a result of that, the lands will be considered as an employment area under the provincial planning statement. And the established policy directions that the lands transition away from industrial land uses will no longer apply. This significantly impacts the ability for these lands to redevelop, particularly given that the lands immediately south and west are within that shopping center place type. So for these reasons, we request that 443 and 447 Exeter Road be included in the shopping area place type. And that change in designation or change in place type reflects the longstanding intention that the lands transition away from industrial uses. The shopping center place type permits a broad range of commercial and residential uses, allowing for a mixed-use site that can also be designed to accommodate compatibility measures to any existing light industrial uses as may be necessary. The change in designation that we're requesting also reflects a rounding out of the shopping center place type, so to speak, which is desirable for the comprehensive consideration of these lands. And so we'd just like to thank you for these opportunity to provide these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I don't see anyone coming to microphones. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's nobody online, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson, and we will.
Deputy Mayor Lewis votes yes. I'm just getting logged into eScribe.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee members. Councillor Cuddy.
Chair, I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has seconded. So we have a motion moved in second. I'll listen to conversation. Questions? I don't see any. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. A couple of questions, again, focused on public consultation. How many people approximately came to the community meeting?
I'll go with staff.
There was about through the chair, there was about 7 people that attended.
Councillor.
And the distribution for the mailing in June?
I'll go with staff.
Through the chair, the distribution was our normal circulation list as well as the neighborhood associations associated with the Southwest area, as well as specific notification for any of those place type changes that you see. Unfortunately, we couldn't do more of a blanket because obviously there's over an estimate of about 5,000 properties in this area, so we weren't able to do a direct mailing.
Councillor.
Thank you for that. And just clarification on the normal mailing area then?
Go with staff.
Through the chair, a normal mailing area would be the property subject to an application plus 120 meters.
Councillor.
Thank you. So in this case, would there been several 100-meter mail-outs, or how did, I'm just wondering how many people got a mail-out approximately? Did we cover most of the area or hardly any? I know you said there's 5,000 properties. I'm just looking for a general understanding of, did people get, for the most part, do we feel that the residents were made aware through a mail-out, or was that not appropriate because of the size?
I'll go with staff.
Through the chair, because of the size of the area, we weren't able to do a direct mailing to every property owner. However, back in last year, we also did a social media campaign. We published on our website several times. We have a Get Involved page that has been up for over a year now and has had many people access it as well. And we've had people sign up that way as well to receive a direct mail out. But in terms of the actual numbers of labels, it would have only been directly to the people that were affected by the place type changes themselves, as well as anyone that requested notice through the website.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it, just to give us some context on it. It does seem to have some significant changes. I'm going to leave it there for now. I see
Okay.
that.
All right, I'll look for other speakers. Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I have relied on SWAP ever since I came onto council with all the development that goes on in Ward 9. It is sort of my Bible in terms of understanding our policies. So, and I know we've been and I know, again, SWAP was sort of the baby of the London plan, so there's very many similarities, and I know we've had many conversations throughout the years, opportunities to bring everything together, and this is how I see these changes. But I do have a question, and maybe a follow-up comment. My question is on 4.3, which is the addition of lands to high-density residential overlay. I know we use the London plan when it comes to our heights, but are there any changes that we are making here with this recommendation that the public or the owners need to be aware of? I just feel I need to ask that question and make sure that we are not making changes today that the public is not aware of.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair. So the addition to the high-density residential overlay, right now in the SWAP, there is several corridors. Off the top of my head, I believe it's Colonel Talbot, portions of Bostwick. It might be a portion of Longwoods. I forget exactly those corridors. But they are permitted along those frontages to develop up to 9 stories. And that was done, obviously, as a way to increase or rather allow for additional intensification along these, what will likely be future transit corridors, et cetera. As part of this application, we have essentially altered the HDR overlay map from the London plan, which recognizes from the 1989 official plan, also high-density residential, and we're adding this new layer which will recognize those corridors as being allowed to develop up to 9 stories, depending on location, et cetera. But no, there's no change to the actual heights along those corridors. They will continue to be a maximum of, I believe it's 9 stories.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. And just as a follow-up, my SWAP policy document that I rely on, I would not necessarily, it is basically outdated then as we go forward with this recommendation. I just want to make sure I put that completely aside and just look at the London plan. I just want to confirm that that no longer exists.
Go to staff.
Yes, through the chair. So once this amendment were approved, there would no longer be any Southwest Area Secondary Plan document. It would all be gone. And anything that was of significance, we would be adding through this amendment to the London plan. So such as the additional intensification along major corridors, that will be added to the London plan.
Councillor?
And again, just want to make sure I understand this, where I can see the benefits of doing this. Obviously, we're streamlining. We're taking things that are redundant in both policies, putting them all together, which is great. But I want to make sure that everything that was unique or is unique in the SWAP, everything now is in the London plan, just to confirm that piece.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, so we did a rather lengthy assessment, actually, of exactly that, to review policy by policy, the policies of the Southwest Area Secondary Plan versus the current policies of the London Plan, did comparisons and determined if there was anything that seemed to be missing or needed to have any specific changes, those would be included in the London Plan based on the previous wording from the Southwest Area. And otherwise, site-specific policies have been brought over, as well as obviously some of the other changes that we've mentioned in the report.
Councillor?
And again, I have another question based on that answer. Challenges at LPAT or at the OMB, again, those decisions, are they also pulled forward? I know we had some changes with parking underground with certain heights and SWAP throughout the years. How is that sort of, is that noted in the London plan. I just want to make sure those conversations that we've had in SWAP all those years are still there in the London plan.
I'll go to staff.
Yeah, through the chair. So one of the main objectives of this process was to not introduce major changes, but really just be a streamlining and kind of policy simplification exercise. So we did not intend to throw out any previous decisions, anything that was approved either by council or at the OLT or LPAD or OMB or whoever, all were carried forward and are now find their way into the London plan.
Councillor?
Yeah, last comment. Now I know why it's taken so long to get to this point. It looks like there was a lot of work done in trying to incorporate, streamline everything. So thank you for the work.
Councillor Trosso?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I want to ask a few more questions about the notice. If you can go up to 9 stories in the high-density overlay, what is that now? What's the change?
I'll
from
go
what to
staff.
9?
Through the chair, the Southwest Area Secondary Plan allowed for 9 stories along certain corridors, and that has been would be carried over to the London plan as well. So there'd be no change to the heights other than 9 stories.
Councillor?
Okay, I know that recently in Old North, just incidentally, the traffic department had to reach all of Old North, and they weren't able to do a mailer. But they actually did a very good job creating signs that they put up on posts. And I think they were able to do that with a minimum of difficulty. They were spaced such that they pretty much covered people in the area. I'm wondering if you could do something like that in this case?
Go to staff.
Through the chair, so when we developed the public engagement strategy on this, we consulted with our communications team, and given the nature of the change and the different opportunities available, we followed their recommendation, which Ms. Posado overviewed, including the mail-outs to those affected properties, as well as other actions like social media and a Get Involved page. But in the future, we could look at adding signs as well.
Councillor?
Well, I'm suggesting, through the chair, I'm suggesting you do it this time. Are there major intersections? I'm not as familiar with this area as I could be. Are there with the major thoroughfares, are there a couple of major intersections where if you put up a regular notice sign, it would catch the attention of a lot of people in the area?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that, for context, what would be a challenge in explaining this to somebody is if they asked what is the change from what you can currently build or construct with this new amendment, we'd have to say there isn't a change. So we always have to balance the amount that we're engaging with the community. And if we were suggesting something that was going to be a really significant change in the way an area can develop, we would absolutely want to have that very much focused consultation. We still did provide a consultation, but we didn't go to the nth degree because at the end of the day, there is no change related to actually moving where the text is in the different documents. It just makes it simpler for a planner or a member of the public or our staff and a council in interpreting what can be built in the Southwest Area Plan. So absolutely, there's a number of major intersections that would be great opportunities if we were looking at making some more significant changes in the Southwest area. And I would suggest that if we were going to be making a really significant change, but with what we had before you, there isn't actually any tangible change between what you can do previously and then after this zoning amendment.
Councillor?
Well, just to wrap this up then, whenever I hear we're going to use social media, I'm already hearing comments from residents that, well, I'm not on social media. And there are people that are on social media and they like to go to Facebook and drop comments. But there are a lot of people who aren't on social media. And there are a lot of people who would not know what we're talking about if we said go to the Get Involved page. Because as wonderful as the Get Involved suite of pages has been, it doesn't reach people who are less internet savvy. So I think to say this area is too big to be doing mailers, but the changes are not that consequential enough that we want to be doing other notices is not satisfying. And I just don't want to see a situation later, which you will get, because I don't know this neighborhood as well as mine. I know if this was in my neighborhood, people would be saying, I didn't see this. So I'm just not satisfied with the notices that you're doing here. And I'm going to leave that with the ward councilor to pursue this. I'm not going to make any motion, but there's just something about this that just doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. There's some fairly lengthy submissions from developers that came at the time of the consultation with them, and I just wondered, were those incorporated into this, or is it, some were, some weren't, but they've all been addressed through the process?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, I think a lot of those comments, those changes that they were requesting have been incorporated into the amendment. Some of them were focused on, for instance, the ultimate HDR overlay that we'll be doing, which is adding the 9 stories or continuing to allow for the 9 stories along major corridors. And some of them were comments with regards to, suggested wording with some of the city building policies. But for the most part, I think those have been addressed through the amendment.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. The last thing then is, can we just get staff's comments to the presentation that was made, the delegation request?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so the delegation was specifically requesting a change for 443 and 447 Exeter Road from light industrial to shopping area. So when we identified along that transitional industrial corridor which properties would move to industrial and which ones would move to shopping area, it was based primarily on a active or ongoing planning application process, and so those lands were put in the shopping area. Having reviewed the submission, we don't have any issue if they were to be changed from the currently proposed light industrial to a shopping area place type, but I didn't hear specifically that request until it was on the agenda, so that would be up to council to make that decision.
Councillor.
Well, I'd like to make that amendment then, if anyone else is willing.
Councillor, unfortunately, I erred the first time. You were right when you asked that question about the second time you speak, you cannot bring forward an amendment. So the clerk has informed me I cannot allow it. You can bring it forward at council though.
Okay, or one of my colleagues could maybe bring it forward now, just clean it up right now.
Okay, I could, I don't see anyone willing to do that.
Just a second.
Yep,
Just a second.
okay. Councillor Cuddy?
Chair, I'll move the amendment.
Okay.
We don't have wording for it at the moment, so we'll require the clerk to help us with that.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. On this, Councillor Hillier has indicated he will second it. So if the clerk could draft based on what you heard in the present PPM.
Through the chair, I'm wondering if we can get clarification if the amendment would be on Part A or Part B. Would it be of the staff recommendation? Would it be the London plan or?
I'll go to staff for some guidance on that.
Through you, Chair, would be on Part A, the amendment to the London plan.
Thank you. We're just drafting it up in eScribe right now. So everyone take a look.
While we're waiting, I just noticed that they asked us to request that the city confirm details of the transition provisions to be applied to redesignated lands to ensure that existing uses are permitted to continue operations until such time when a development application has been approved and redevelopment occurs. So can we confirm that, or is that an issue?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, so transition will happen as with any policy change. So existing uses are always allowed to continue, and when redevelopment happens or when rezoning happens as part or to implement the new policies, at that time it'll be updated, and any future development would have to conform with the new policies.
So Councillor Cuddy, can you take a look at eScribe and give me a thumbs up or any changes? Councillor Hillier has already indicated he's cool as a seconder. Okay, so the mover and seconder are good with that wording. We have a motion on the floor now. I'll look for or amendment rather, sorry, on the amendment. Any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll open the vote on the amendment.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I'm just reading the amendment. I'll be voting in a moment.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And I'll go to the mover and seconder of the original motion to see if they're good with moving the motion as amended. That was who? Is that Councillor Cuddy and Hillier? Yeah. And that's Councillor Cuddy. Are you, obviously you're good with moving it as amended, and Councillor Hillier, you are too? Okay, good. Okay, so now we have the amended motion on the floor. Any conversations around that? Okay, just briefly from the chair, I support the amendment and I'll support the motion. The amendment, I wish I would have had a little bit more time to consider it, but I'm going on staff's give me the okay that they're comfortable with it, so then I will support it. And glad to see this move ahead. Okay, we have a motion moved and seconded, and we will call a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.4, this is regarding 227 Riverside Drive. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll to the applicant. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, chairing members of committee. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm an urban planner with Civic Planning and Design. Today representing our client Sam Hanna, who is the applicant for this proposal at 227 Riverside Drive. Our client is pursuing this official plan and zoning bylaw amendment with the goal of establishing his own chiropractic office within the existing building. This proposal involves no expansions or significant exterior modifications. We're simply converting the existing structure to the medical dental office use and removing the existing detached garage while providing parking spaces in the rear yard. To enable this conversion, we're seeking the amendment to the London plan to add a special policy area under the neighborhood's place type and a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the property to an R2 special provision office conversion zone. We're in full agreement with the staff recommendation and appreciate your consideration today, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for speakers to this particular item. I'll ask clerk if there's anybody online. There is nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the microphones, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Stevenson moves it, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll look for a motion from committee members. Councillor Stevenson, will you move the staff recommendation? Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy. We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll look for any comments from committee or visiting councillors. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Chair, for recognizing me. So I circulated this one to the neighborhood. It's quite engaged. I guess the first comment was they were relieved that it wasn't one of those big buildings with all the residential units. That was the first comment that they had. So they did give me some, I guess, some supplementary questions that were added on this report. So I just wanted to follow up with just a couple of them. I wanted to know about the overflow parking on the site. Like I know this is for a chiropractor's office. I'm assuming a chiropractor's office has one or maybe two chiropractors operating out of it, which could mean maybe one or two patients. I just wanted to know, because I do see that the report is looking for 8 spaces, which is above what is required. I wanted to know if we had any information on potential overflow or potential capacity that the office might be utilizing.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, under the current zoning that is applied to the subject lands, the required parking for this form of use is 3 spaces. The applicant is providing 8 spaces, which is more than sufficient to accommodate the anticipated parking demand for staff and patients.
Councillor.
Thank you. I'm aware of that. I just wanted to know if we knew that those full 8 spaces would be used, and if, just to know what the operation is like, if we have any information, maybe go to the applicant if they would happen to know. I want to know if there's overflow potential and what would happen if that was happening. If the 8 spaces is known to be sufficient for the office itself, then that would be a sufficient answer for me as well. That's what I'm asking.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, we believe that that question should be directed to the applicant.
I'll go to the applicant. Please, Mr. Murphy, comment.
Our client would be one of the practitioners. There's another additional practitioner within the building, and there's 1 admin staff, so there's already 3 parking spaces for the administrators of the building. As well as the remaining 5 would be used for clients, including one of them being an accessible stall.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you for that. So it sounds like the parking would be sufficient. So the next question would just be for the garbage and recycling storage and collection for the site. I'm unsure of how much waste would be produced by such an office, but I just wanted to just inquire on that because the neighborhood did want to ask for that, and that would be my last question.
Well, I'll start with staff, and if you want me to direct that to the applicant, I will.
Through the chair, so this development will be required to come through site plan approval. At that time, we'll look at how they're proposing to do garbage collection, either on-site. Oftentimes, they separate out the medical waste from the daily garbage, and they can be collected at 2 different points on the property.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for any other further questions or comments. We have a motion moved and seconded. We will call the vote. Oh, sorry, Counselor Hillier. My apologies, sorry. Counselor, please go ahead.
Yes, my questions are along the same lines, but it's regarding snow melt. I'm looking at the property in the photo showing it. It looks like it flows off to the back, and my concerns is regarding 14, 16, and 18 Woodward. Is there any concern from staff of where the snow will be stored? Because this is 8 spaces coming off a fairly busy road, so they can't flow it out the front, so it's got to go out the back. Is there any concern with the drainage back there?
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. As part of that future site plan application, we would consider grading on the site and where the snow locations are placed. Essentially, we want to make sure they're collected on site and directed to the on-site catch basins. So we don't foresee any issues at this time, but detailed design will be reviewed at the site plan stage.
Counselor? Thumbs up. Okay. Look for any other comments or questions. I'll have to call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.5. This is regarding 509 2nd Street. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. We will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll go to the applicant. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aaliyah Richards, and I'm a planner with Zelinka Priamo Limited, representing the property owner and proponent of this zoning bylaw amendment application. I'd like to extend my thanks to staff for processing this application. We have reviewed the staff report and are in agreement with the recommendation to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, and we respectfully request that the committee endorse the staff recommendation. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. There's nobody online. And I don't see anyone approaching the microphone, so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. And we will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy?
I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation, Chair.
Deputy Mayor Lewis moves it, and Councillor Cuddy will second it. I'll look for comments or questions. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. This is in my ward, so I was going to move it, but thank you, Deputy Mayor Lewis. I appreciate you jumping in. I'm very grateful to the applicant for bringing this forward. This serves the community well on 2nd Street, Chair. When I was canvassing and campaigning almost 4 years ago, many of the residents on 2nd Street said, Peter, if you get elected, please get some of these students out of the homes that are next to us, because we've been in these homes for 40 years and we'd like to have them back. And we'd like to have this neighborhood return to the way it was. So, Chair, what we're seeing now is the revitalization of some of these streets close to Fanshawe, the opportunity for students to go into some new, really nice living accommodations, and again, a revitalization of an area that certainly could use it. I'll be losing this area. I think it becomes Ward 2 in November, but nonetheless, it's been a great opportunity to serve everyone there. And I am grateful for this and grateful to the applicant, and look forward to supporting this at council.
Thank you. I'll look for next speaker. I don't see anyone wishing to comment. We have a motion moved and seconded, so we will call a vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.6, this is regarding 1076, 1080 Commissioners Road West and 396, 402 North Street. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll open that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Go to the applicant, please, sir. Give us your name and you have 5 minutes. I'm assuming it's the gentleman on the top. Or is it?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I'll go to you first, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Mike Davis with Civic Planning and Design here today on behalf of our client Tricar Properties. With me today, I have Adam Carapella and Derek Rice from Tricar. We want to start out by thanking staff for their work on this file. We are in full agreement with the recommendations in the staff report and the evaluation contained in the staff report as well. This is a very unique and prominent site. It is at the doorstep of Springbank Park. It is at the intersection of Commissioners and North Street. Those are a civic boulevard and a neighborhood connector street, a signalized intersection at that. In addition, this site is essentially a rounding out or a part of a broader multifamily block, a pocket of existing multifamily development. Those are the key reasons that support the official plan amendment. Those are outlined and identified by staff in their report. Tricar always set out to design a building and a project that responded directly to that context. They have made a number of changes, significant changes to the project as we've navigated through the process. They've brought the building height down from 12 to 10 stories. They've increased the setback along North Street to allow for more landscaping. They've shrunk the upper floor and they've pushed it closer towards Commissioner, all with a view towards helping this project fit as best as possible within the context of the area. Those changes were in direct response to comments from both the public and from staff. With respect to comments from the public, I will just point out we have added a project summary, included that on the added agenda. As part of that, we've kind of documented many of the themes that we've heard from residents in the area and in our team's response to that. One of those topics I want to just briefly touch on is traffic. Certainly, we have heard questions and comments around traffic volumes on Commissioners. We did have a traffic impact assessment commission as part of the complete application. That was done by Paradigm Transportation Solutions. We do have representatives from Paradigm on the meeting today. I think some of the key conclusions of that I wanted to share, firstly, on the trip generation itself. On the original proposal, we had 96 units. At that rate, the TIA predicted there would be 19 new trips added to the road network in the morning peak hour, 25 in the afternoon. In reviewing the TIA, the highest volumes on Commissioner are during the PM peak hour. So this project will add 25 trips or less during that PM peak. Only 16 of those trips would actually be vehicle trips on Commissioners. And just to quantify what that amounts to, it is less than 0.6% addition to volumes during that PM peak hour. So in terms of tangible transportation impacts, we are talking about less than 2-second delay at area intersections by this development. So in transportation planning terms, it's what they call operationally insignificant. So while we understand, the high volumes on Commissioners in this location, we do want to make it really clear that this development specifically will have a negligible impact on traffic in the area. That concludes my kind of speaking notes today. Certainly our team, and as I said, Paradigm is available to answer questions from the committee. We're here today seeking committee's endorsement of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go to the gentleman who first stood up. Please, sir, go ahead, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this important file. My name is Andrew Lazansky. I'm a resident in the area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this file. I appreciate that the applicant has reduced the proposal from 12 stories and 96 units to 10 stories and 91 units. However, I respectfully submit that these revisions do not address the fundamental planning concerns associated with this location. This is not simply a question of reducing 2 stories or 5 residential units. The real question is whether the particular intersection is appropriate for a high-density residential tower. In my opinion, it is not. The intersection, and I apologize if I'm too forward, but I would challenge the veracity of that traffic study, certainly. I live in the area, so the intersection already carries heavy east-west commuter traffic. It also serves as the primary entrance to Springbank Park. Every day, we see motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, runners, families entering one of London's most important public spaces. Adding 91 residential units and 129 parking spaces will inevitably increase vehicle movements at an intersection that already experiences congestion and significant pedestrian activity. That creates additional safety concerns, which in my view have not been adequately addressed. I fully recognize that London needs more housing, and I do support responsible intensification. But responsible planning also means recognizing that not every site is suitable for high-rise development. South London already contains numerous locations nearby, Southdale Road, for example, where higher density housing is occurring and can occur without placing a 10-story building directly on the entrance to Springbank Park. Springbank Park is one of London's defining public assets. It's part of the identity of the Forest City. This proposal is not simply beside green space. It's located at one of the park's principal gateways. A 10-story building would permanently alter the visual character of that entrance and establish a precedent for future high-rise development adjacent to the park. I believe there is a better balance. A townhouse development would still contribute to new housing while generating, less traffic, being more appropriately within the surrounding neighborhood, and preserve the character of this important public space. If greater intensification is considered necessary, I would encourage council to adopt a compromise that reflects the existing built form in the area along Commissioners Road West, where existing multi-residential units do not exceed 6 stories in height. A maximum height of 6 stories and approximately 48 residential units would better balance housing objectives with compatibility, traffic safety, and protection of Springbank Park. Excuse me. In closing, I respectfully ask council to look beyond the reduction from 12-story to 10 stories and consider the broader planning principles at stake. This decision is about more than one building. It's about protecting public safety and preserving the character of the gateway to London's flagship public park, which contributes to our identity as the Forest City. Good planning is simply not about accommodating growth. It's about accommodating growth in the right place. Thank you for your time and consideration. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Joe Cordy. I live at 1066 Commissioners, which is the building adjacent to the proposed site that the developer would like to build their 10-story building. Again, my fellow neighbor who just spoke eloquently, I believe everything that he said is quite truthful and quite accurate. I would recommend that council seriously look at not allowing the developer to rezone from R1 to R9, which By doing so, will allow the doors to be open to massive development in that area. That corner of North Street and Commissioners, where they intend on building this 10-story building, could exceed heights of 120 feet, possibly even more, which will basically flank that entire area. And with Springbank being there over 100 years, will compromise that beautiful park that I walk at every single day. And another thing which is very important to us is that we can see the sunset from where we live. Putting that building there will decimate that. Will compromise our abilities to live our lives the way we see it right now, which is a prize. Traffic, it has been mentioned, so these specific points are basically the same. I can hardly make a left-hand turn on Commissioners due to traffic. And North Street, it's not even a two-lane highway. It's one wide road that north and south traffic can pass. And with that building being right at the corner, it'll be right adjacent to Commissioners. You're going to see this massive tower that will basically be unsightly and aesthetically unappealing to the people of London and to the people that love Springbank Park. So I believe that if the developer wishes to build a building, please don't put it there. And if inevitably that's the case, I strongly recommend that it's no taller than 6 stories. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. I'll look for the next speaker. Ma'am? Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Oh, that didn't work. I'm short. Is that okay?
Can you bend it down just a bit towards you?
It only goes up.
I mean, rotate it. Rotate the mic towards yourself. Yeah,
Oh,
that's it. Thank you.
okay, so I'm Jill Bishop. I also live at 1066 and happy to be part of the Byron community. These guys took it away and did a great job. The only thing that I would like to comment on that is we believe we should be out walking, cycling, and doing all those things. I'm kind of past that in age, but my grandkids aren't. I want them to be safe, and we need to address the safety issues. When Commissioners Road runs this way and this way, and when there is an emergency vehicle, which happens frequently in that area, cars have to almost climb up on sidewalks and stuff to get out of the way so the emergency vehicles can get there. If it was your kid, your grandkid, your spouse if you like them, you would want quick and easy access, and it doesn't happen. Some of the inconveniences are for other things, but I think for health and safety, we need to remember that every life matters, and it looks like nobody cares. So listening to my friends in the building, I believe a 6-story would be reasonable. It would have reasonable numbers of people. It would allow housing. I know we're not talking about this, but I thought we were supposed to have affordable housing. That isn't my understanding of what's coming, because I don't know what affordable means to many people. Anyway, I really am very concerned about the health and safety and getting access vehicles to and from, into the park, police cars. I mean, we know they're called. So we need to be able to let them through. And the road can't hold more people. We can't get out now. So I thank you for listening. And I hope that somehow we can look at a safe and productive moving forward and actually care about the people in the community, their lives, their grandkids. And if you should want to drive a car and hit the road, maybe get out of your laneway. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sheldon Stannard. I live on North Street across from the proposed development. Currently, in the mornings or at the evening, I don't trust their traffic study. My wife or I can't back out or drive out of our laneway. We can only turn one way. This is just going to increase more. I heard about a traffic study of Commissioners Road. I heard of no traffic study of North Street itself. North Street also, if you understand the road, is actually part of Colonel Talbot Road. It's the last block of Colonel Talbot Road, and people use that road to travel from London to St. Thomas. That traffic study, we asked the city planning department, we never got a response as to when that traffic study was done. Colonel Talbot Road has been torn up for the last couple years, which lowers the amount of traffic that normally travels on our street, on North Street. We've lived there for over 20 years. So it has got lower because people cannot go all the way up on Colonel Talbot Road. The traffic study should be done when the complete road is open all the way down to St. Thomas or to Port Stanley, which I'm sure the traffic study was not done at that time. We were not given a date when it was done. Adding a 10-story building, as has been mentioned by other people at the entrance to Storybook Gardens, sends a great response for the rest of our province when they send school kids here to London to see a great big building built at the entrance to a park that's supposed to be for the public. What does that say? This is supposed to be the Forest City. Are we going to become the apartment buildings all over the city, and that's all we're going to do? 6 stories maybe, but 10 stories is totally crazy. I didn't expect to speak today, or I would have wrote something much more better spoken, but 10 stories is totally crazy. Also, I did put in my comments about the fire trucks, that our fire truck, I spoke to our fire department, because all of a sudden, mysteriously, a building burned on our street. So the fire department came around, and we found out that the City of London does not have a ladder truck that goes up beyond 10 stories in Byron, because the current one is no longer available to be used. So all of a sudden, this went from 12 stories to 10 stories. I wonder if that had anything to do with the problem with the fire truck. 6 stories would work a lot better than 10. I just think it's crazy that you would even consider to make this amendment. Maybe take a drive out there yourselves and take a look at the park and just think what it would look like with 10 stories at the entrance to Storybook Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask clerk if there's anybody online. Ann Papnell? Can you hear me, Ann?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Mr. Chair and members of committee, my name is Ann Papnell. I live in Byron. I have to say I'm surprised and disappointed by staff's recommendation, and I don't feel that it adequately addresses the concerns raised by those of us who submitted comments, myself included. Many of us argued that the application does not conform to the London Plan, and yet one of the key recommendations in the staff report is a suggested amendment to the London Plan by adding a new policy to the specific policies regarding neighborhood place type. So instead of having the application conform to the London Plan, the suggestion is to amend the plan to more or less conform with the site application. I'm aware that one of the main drivers behind this push for intensification that we're seeing across the country, not just in London, is the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, a program which requires municipalities to adopt planning reforms designed to dramatically increase density, particularly around transit corridors, transit villages, and downtown cores. So developers seeking access to various incentives and funding opportunities through this program are increasingly expected to align with these higher density planning frameworks or be shut out entirely, and I get that. However, these rapid and drastic changes are having a detrimental effect on neighborhoods and how they work and function. And the negative consequences or externalities of this rapid intensification are what many of us in Byron are concerned about, and you've heard this from other people who have commented. And we're already experiencing this through increased traffic, noise, and light pollution, increased accidents, etc. So local governments are adopting planning reforms and development frameworks not because residents are necessarily demanding them, but because access to critical funding for infrastructure and housing depends upon compliance. And as Anna Hopkins pointed out in our discussion over the weekend, it sort of becomes a numbers game. How much development can you squeeze in so that you get the funding? And as things become more centralized, municipalities and citizens who reside in them have less and less of a say in how we are governed. And the strong mayoral powers are an example of that. And another is the increasing use of the minister's zoning orders, which allow the provincial government to bypass local planning rules and municipal approval processes in order to fast track development projects. So when combined with strong mayor powers, the message to local councils is clear and unambiguous: fall in line with the provincial density and development priorities, or you don't get the funding. But the federal government's funding structure and Ontario government's aggressive housing development rules are leading to poor development choices with generational consequences. And while I appreciate this leaves municipal councillors in a rather difficult spot, I think we all need to push back against the centralized system and reclaim our autonomy. So I'm like the other speakers here, I'm not against development as long as it's good development and it adds value to the community. So returning back to the application in question, I can see that some type of development on this corner is likely inevitable, though I take exception to the proponent's suggestion that the site was vacant of buildings because there were houses and there were people living in them. But I propose that whatever goes there be an example of good development. So if it has to be tri-car building, then at a very minimum, bring the building height back down to the originally proposed 6 stories. And in closing, I would like to thank my councillor, Ann Hopkins, for taking the time to speak with me, explain the workings of the development process, her dedication to doing her homework, and to acknowledge her efforts to guide thoughtful and sensible development choices for Byron. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I don't see anyone approaching the microphones. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone else online that wishes to address us. There's nobody else. One last look around. Okay, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Stevenson, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has seconded, so we have motion moved and seconded. I'll look for comments or questions from committee or visiting councillors. Do you want to talk? But if you don't, okay. I don't see anyone raising their hands. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just threw you to staff if there could be some comments around the traffic study concerns.
I'll go to staff.
Sure, thank you. Through the chair. So the TIA was produced in March 2026 and reviewed by transportation staff, which deemed it acceptable for the zoning application. One thing to note that it does need to be revised at the site plan stage because the TIA recognized the original 96 units and it has been further reduced to 91. So that would be required at the site plan stage. I wanted to highlight a few key items regarding the traffic and road configurations in that area that I think are important. So on each side of North Street, there's signalized intersections which promote safe vehicle turning movements and pedestrian crossing safety. North Street is considered a neighborhood connector, not a local road, and it's directly connected to the 2 nearby civic boulevards. Road dedications are required as part of the site plan application along Commissioners and North Street, which will set back the proposed building and allow for adequate sight lines at the intersection. There are existing northbound left turn lane on North Street, which limits vehicle stacking and will limit impact on the northbound through lane. There's alternative modes of transportation available with nearby bus stops, bike lanes, and the Thames Valley Parkway. And for additional context, based on our latest traffic volume counts for that area along Commissioners and Byron Baseline, we see anywhere from 9,000 to 15,000 vehicles on that civic boulevard. Based on previous applications and traffic volume studies, on other civic boulevards within the city, we see up to volumes of 30,000 vehicles in many locations. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, that's helpful. Are there any upgrades planned for that stretch, the roads in that area?
Thank you
go
through the
staff.
chair. No, not at this time.
Counselor?
And one last question around the heights. So can you just explain again the rationale for approving the 10 stories instead of the 6?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, as part of this application, one of the tests of the Planning Act not the Planning Act, the London Plan, to add a specific area policy is the uniqueness of the proposal. So in our review, we've determined that given the subject lands are a prominent location across from the main entrance to Springbank Park, and surrounded by apartment buildings at various heights and townhouse dwellings to the south and the east, the circumstances and the appropriateness of the development proposal and the relationship, it kind of makes it distinctive and unique in this situation. There's not really any properties left that could accommodate this form of intensity, notwithstanding any future lot consolidation on the west side of North Street. An apartment building of the same scale and intensity as proposed on the subject lands would not be supported by staff, given that those lands are immediately adjacent to an established low-density residential neighborhood. These lands kind of warrant that additional height, given that locational criteria as well as a signalized intersection. Thank you.
Counselor? Thank you. Counselor Hopkins?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks for recognizing me. I know I've sent the committee an amendment. Amendments usually have to go first to the motion. Just wonder where I can speak and how the process is going to work. If there's anyone willing to.
Chair, I'm happy to be the mover for Councillor Hopkins' amendment if you'd like to let her introduce it.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll look for a seconder on that one. Councillor Hillier has indicated he will second it. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Hopkins, to speak to that.
Yeah, maybe I can speak to the amendment and let the public know what the amendment is, first of all. And the amendment is to add to the recommendation in C, adding a V, to utilize bird-friendly policies using the adopted CSA standard. I'm asking that that would be put into the recommendation. Given this area and the development and the proximity to the natural areas, I think this amendment would create more of a safety feature for the birds in the area. I'll stop saying anything now because I don't want to have my time taken away because I have a lot to say on the main motion.
Okay. Well, stop it. I'll look for other speakers. I don't see any other speakers, Councillor. So we have an amendment that's been moved and seconded. So we will call, unless you want to speak, you've already spoken to the amendment. Do you want to speak to the main, you indicated you want to speak to the main motion. I wanted to get that amendment passed so then you can speak to the motion as amended. If that's okay, unless you want to speak again. You have time left on the amendment. Lots of time, and you have then you'll have full 5 on the main motion. Okay, so we have a motion moved and seconded on the amendment. I don't see anyone wishing to address that, so we will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, and I'll go to the mover and seconder to make sure that they're okay with that. Obviously, as amended, Councillor Hillier, okay as a seconder. Deputy Mayor, are you good with that as a mover? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, that's a yes.
Okay.
Although I think Councillor Cuddy moved that. I moved the amendment, but whatever order you want to go, I'm fine with.
You're absolutely correct. Councillor Cuddy did move the main motion, so I'll go to Councillor Cuddy, and he's indicated yes. Okay, so we've got a motion that has been amended, and I'll open conversation on that. And I'll go to you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to say a few words as the ward councillor. I want to first of all start off thanking the community for coming out. It's really important that we hear your comments, in particular the committee. I also want to thank the applicant for his contribution to the city's development and also his commitment to the community as well. Thanks for bringing it down from 12 to 10. And I appreciate the holding provisions that staff have put on. The recommendation, obviously, there is no sewer capacity for this building at the moment. Oxford Street expansion plant the plant has to be expanded, which will take place down the road. And also there is a holding provision capping it to a 10-story. I want to start off, we heard loud and clear from the community the treasure, the gem that Springbank Park is in this area, and we all hold that we value that. Besides all the concerns that were suggested here already, this development is allowed a 6-story. Maybe a 7 and 8 would be appropriate as well, but it allows for a 6-story. I was disappointed to read in the recommendation that we could go 10 stories because it's unique. I challenge that because to stay at the suggested allowance of 6 stories is because it's unique. So it fits. A lot of the buildings that have been set up along Commissioners Road West, most of them are below 10 stories. This is going to stand out like a sore thumb. The other comment I'd like to add is that there's been a lot of other development. The next block down, just south of this proposal, is the Byron Pit. Almost 2 years ago, we approved high-density heights along Byron Baseline. The reality is we approved all that. We already have congestion on Commissioners Road. So knowing there's more development coming forward, on top of this development, the congestion that already exists, and no plans for improving Commissioners Road West from Springbank Drive, say, to Oxford. I know Oxford Street is going through upgrades, but this whole strip, where there's lots of development already approved, there's no opportunities to improve. So for me, how do we move around this area? And we have a lot of traffic that enters and goes through Commissioners to Kilworth and Komoka. So I would encourage this committee not to support the recommendation. I think it's important that if we can, even refer it back to have further discussions, keeping it below 8 stories because of the uniqueness of this area. So I would encourage the committee not to support the recommendation, at least refer it. I think I'm convinced what the public is saying here. I'm convinced that the developer is going to do a good job, but I have not been convinced that we must do this by the committee.
Thank you. I'll look for next speaker. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I am going to be supporting this. I support the staff recommendation that's been done on this. I think the staff have outlined very clearly with the signalized intersections and with the proximity of Springbank Park, what actually makes this a unique site for a bit more intensification than the standard height. And I also agree with them that this will fit into the neighborhood in terms of a range of heights and different building structures that are already in the area. When we look at things like this, we often hear on other applications, well, there's no parks nearby. Well, this application is going to have a major park across the street that people will be able to enjoy. To me, this is absolutely where that kind of development is a good fit. I would absolutely not support a referral. There is no request from the applicant, which puts us in a non-decision situation. And we know that there is a 90-day statutory clock. A referral back to discuss Lower Heights is not something I would be entertaining at this point in time. I entertain those when the applicant has requested them. I'll be entertaining one later today. But when the applicant does not request them, that puts us in a non-decision appeal period. And that's exactly why the province instituted a 90-day decision clock on planning applications. So a referral would be an absolute no for me. I also think we're going to get exactly what has been proposed. There's a long history with a local developer of building exactly what they say they're going to build. And so I think what we see is what we're going to get. And I think the staff have done a good job in reviewing this and explaining why they're supporting this moving forward. And I do agree with Councillor Hopkins in terms of the holding provisions. I think they're absolutely appropriate in this case, necessary. And we do also have obviously some site plan approval authority requests that'll be considered along the way as well, in terms of active uses on the podium, the ground floor design with a prominent base, and of course we've added the bird-friendly design that Councillor Hopkins had wanted to see included. So I think that there's excellent review of this by the staff here, and I'll be supporting this.
Okay, I'll look for the next speaker. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Through you to staff. I hear the concerns about the traffic and with the higher density buildings that we're approving. And I just wondered if we could get some comments around what is the planning process for this? We're doing it in different areas of the city. I'm hearing similar things. Do we usually do the buildings first and then expand the roads later? Is there, a best practices in terms of how we're addressing this?
I'll go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, that is typically what happens here is the growth kind of feeds into, systematic changes to the road network. So typically it's where the people go first and then changes will follow. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. And is that available to the public? Like where, if somebody is interested in this, if they have concerns where this is happening, is there a spot that they can go to on the website or a person they can contact to understand how this is going to roll out in certain areas of the city?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, I believe going through your ward councillor would be a good start, and also connecting with transportation staff or planning and development staff would. And then also a good point by Scott Mathers here is the Transportation Master Mobility Plan is also online for the public to view, and that basically shows what our approach is for the next 30 to 50 years.
Councillor. Look, one last call for other comments. Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, Sir Chair, to the staff. When we approved a couple of developments in fills on Commissioners just west of, if I remember correctly, just west of Wonderland, which was by Westmount Crescent. When we talked about the issue as well, because good positive infills that suited the area well, except the transportation. We were told, if I remember correctly, that the Commissioners Road study west of Wonderland will be done 2031, which I felt based on the applications, we should push it forward. But bottom line is, whatever the date it's going to end up being for now, how far this study that I was told that it will be done in 2031, how far west is it supposed to be this study done and to potentially redevelop, improve the Commissioners Road going west?
I'll go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. Unfortunately, I won't be able to answer that question today, but I'm happy to go offline and get you that information with our appropriate staff. Thank you.
Councillor.
Okay, please do. I do think that we do have good, and as I said, we have already approved some positive developments there. I do think that this is an issue that we should push this forward, look at this as a big picture, and this certainly would help even the residents easing up some of their concerns if we had this in plan. But please do follow up with me because it is an important question or important answer for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing me again. I just wanted to point out to Councillor Pribble that this is not in the area that we're talking about at North Street and Commissioners Road. This is a completely different part of Commissioners Road West.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions.
I'm
not going to get in cross debate, but I'll give you one chance here, Councillor, if you want to.
Okay, just going back to through the chair to the staff, that was my question. I want to know, including how far west it's going to go, because it was never determined beyond the year 2031 how far west it's going to go. Thank you.
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's noted, and look forward to continuing our conversations offline here. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Tressa.
Thank you very much. Just so everyone knows, I'm not a member of this committee. I'm a guest. I'm allowed to speak, but I can't vote or make motions. Can I ask a question about the holding provisions? I know sometimes it's difficult to give an exact date, but approximately, what's the earliest those might be removed?
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, the works at the wastewater treatment plant are anticipated to be complete by 2029.
Councillor Tressa.
Why would I would suggest that this application, like many other applications to the chair, that are dependent on holding provisions being removed, is premature. And I don't understand why this council in 2026 has to pass this, given the future reference of, even if we pass this today, there are still very serious holding provisions that are going to take some amount of time. Could staff explain to me what the imperative is of, other than the fact that they filed an application and the 90-day clock is running, why would we not just sort of say no to this, certainly without prejudice, coming back?
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the London plan, the policies state that if it's beyond 5 years, then it's considered premature. In this case, we're within that 5-year time frame, which is why it has not been deemed as premature.
Councillor.
Well, I'll go to the traffic study, as I often do. Once again, here we are again. There is an inadequate traffic study that, in my view, and I'll say in my view, fails, utterly fails to take into account the surrounding context of this project. And we see it time and again when we get these very mechanical engineering approach traffic studies that do not take into account what other developments are going on in the area, as has been discussed on this floor, and don't take into account the very special nature. As a matter of fact, the very special nature of this surrounding area, which should, I would think, lead us to think, well, maybe this could be a little less intense than it otherwise might be, given the importance of this to other members of the community in terms of accessing the park. Now we're being told this is a contextual reason why it can be greater. I just do not understand the logic of that. I think that is just it's convoluted, it's backwards, and it's flipping the reality. So let me ask this. With respect to the work that the traffic engineer did during the study, to what degree was this work guided by some of the provisions in the mobility master plan that are actually affirmatively looking for mode shifts away from automobiles and in favor of other forms of public transportation, cycling, etc.? To what extent was that looked at in this study?
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. Prior to the completion of any TIA, there's a scoping meeting requirement with transportation staff. So the applicant and the engineers sit down and they scope out the requirements of the report and what's needed. So the transportation staff are following the master mobility plan. And the reason why the recommendations, there was no recommendations for alterations on the municipal right-of-way is because there was many alternative modes of transportation already located within the area. With the bike lanes, you've got sidewalks on the one side of North Street, sidewalks on Commissioners, you've got the Thames Valley Parkway, and you've got bus stops located nearby. Thank you.
Councillor?
All of which, through the chair, point to, in my mind, of the need to mitigate this a little bit. You've got a lot of people who are coming in and out of this area, and I think some of the members of the public talked about how dangerous it is. So I really think that I don't know to what degree. I don't know if the people who actually did the scoping with the consultant are in the room, but to what degree was the mobility master plan discussed in the particular context of this project? And that's actually a direct question.
I'll go staff.
Thank you, through the chair. I wasn't privy to those conversations, so this is another offline conversation that we can have, and I can connect you with the appropriate staff that was a part of those scoping meetings. Thank you.
I would suggest that it's not, thank you, through the chair.
I will let Ms. McNeely weigh in here as well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, I believe the question should be directed to the applicant. The applicant indicated that they're transportation engineers here.
Okay, I'll go to the applicant.
Mr. Chair, if appropriate, we do have the traffic consultant on Zoom.
Sure.
So if the councillor would prefer or staff would prefer the question to be directed towards them.
Okay.
That'd be good with us.
Phillips? Can you hear me, sir? Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, did you hear the councillor's question?
Yes, very well. I
Okay.
heard the councillor's question and also the public comments earlier. Yeah, this traffic study has to be taken in totality with the other studies. We do not have to repeat embellishing the context of the site in all the technical reports to the extent it is done in the planning report. And so it has been suggested as from a planning and transportation planning standpoint, high density locations are specifically located. This is a principle that has been established from the 1950s, starting in London, England, that specifically to help transit, it is ideal to locate higher than usual density developments along transit routes, and Commissioner's Road is one of them. Secondly, the traffic generated by this development, as Mr. Davis pointed out earlier, is operationally not significant. But we understand the social impacts and social concerns associated with development and development traffic. This development, where it is located, will add fewer than 8 trips in any direction on any of the 2 roads that it is fronting on. The problem at the intersection of Commissioners and North, the majority of the traffic that comes into that intersection comes from south of Byron Baseline Road. And this development is typical of all the other traffic that is added in between Byron Baseline and Commissioners onto North-South, onto North Street. So it is not a hugely different development from a traffic standpoint. And also the high density developments or apartments, their traffic rates are typically lower than townhouses or single detached developments. So in that sense, from a engineering point of view and transportation planning point of view, locating these such developments, even other considerations are acceptable. I'm not speaking to any of the other considerations. It's an appropriate position to take. Regarding the city's mobility master plan, this development, there is a chapter called Transportation Demand Management, which is a requirement of the City of London for all developments, especially for residential developments, will have to be addressed and indicated how a particular development is meeting the non-auto transportation requirements of the city. And this does, and we do it in all our reports that we do in the City of London. So as staff kindly pointed out, this location and the development itself meets all of the transportation demand management requirements of the City of London as identified in the Mobility Master Plan, and which includes promoting active transportation, which is walking and cycling, and transit, which operates along Commissioners Road. So there can be other reasons why there could be concerns, but the inadequacy of the traffic report, in my humble view, is rather a strong accusation, which if anyone reads the report fully, and in conjunction with the description of the site context that is included in the planning reports of the consultants and staff report, when you take the totality of the picture, you will appreciate what the applicant, the developer, and the consultants are trying to do, and why is staff report is supporting that. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer, Mr. Chair.
Councillor?
Yes, well, to follow up, I think this is very similar to what I hear when I pose this question on many different developments. And it just confirms, and I'm glad you mentioned going back to the 50s, because I really think that what we're doing here is a little bit outdated, because we're not taking into account the cumulative effects of the other known developments or other foreseeable developments here. You're just looking in isolation to this one project, and that is the fundamental flaw here. And you've told me nothing that makes me feel better about this. So I'm just going to leave it by saying I think this traffic study is flawed. I think the traffic studies that we generally see at this committee are flawed for the same reasons, and we need to go back and think about how we're going to take into account, number one, the context of the area, but also the cumulative effects of other projects, which just fails to do.
Hold on a second, Councillor, just a second.
May I, do I have a chance?
Hold on, everyone, just hold on here. I'm going to deal with a point of order. Okay, microphone. Go ahead, Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarification. I'm sorry, is Councillor Trosso lecturing us or our staff? I'm not quite sure where he's going with this at the moment, please.
No, everyone just calm down. I'll deal with it, thank you. Councillor, I understand your concerns. However, I think in the context of what he's making his point on, I'm going to allow it. And we'll just take it from there. Councillor, you have 10 seconds left, so please.
Well, I'm simply trying to point out the flaws in this report, which give this committee adequate reasons to deny this and ask for a better report that takes into account these other situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Please hold on, folks. Don't listen. You see the sign? We ask that there's no applause or booing. We just have good discussion here, and please hold your emotions to yourself. I'll look for committee members or other visiting councillors. I'll just double check to see if online. I don't see anyone wishing to speak, so we've got a motion moved and seconded. We will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.6, this is regarding 1076 Oh, I'm sorry, we just did that one. Moving on to 3.7, this is regarding 755, 765, 785, and 815 Wonderland Road South. So I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Cuddy, seconded by Councillor Steve.
Bunch of Tricar employees here.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll go to the applicant. The applicant would like to address the committee.
We'll just let everyone clear out for a moment.
Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gaudette, and I'm an associate planner with MHBC. I'm here today on behalf of the registered owner of the subject lands, as well as the applicant. The committee has been provided with a letter addressing comments received through the staff report. As set out in the letter and application, the intent of the amendments is to facilitate the major expansion and relocation of an existing local business to Westmount Commons. As committee is likely aware, Westmount Commons is an existing mixed-use building that is located within the city's primary transit area, as well as within a strategic growth area. It also serves as a bus terminal with several bus routes operating out of the mall. Westmount Commons has existing permission for 10,000 square meters of office space and currently functions with a mix of uses. The owners of Westmount Commons have been approached by an existing business in London who are seeking a new location to facilitate a major expansion. Westmount Commons was identified as an ideal location by this business as it can accommodate 900 parking spaces, is served by transit, has existing contiguous and available office space, and is compatible with surrounding uses. Part of that selection process by the employer included a third-party review of potential locations, including those in downtown London, and Westmount Commons was selected as the preferred location. As noted in our planning justification report, we are satisfied that Westmount Commons is an appropriate location for an increased office development that will help the city achieve its employment goals. Additionally, we note that no exterior renovations would be required to facilitate the expansion. Accordingly, an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment were advanced to permit increased office space for Westmount Commons. The applications are structured such that they would limit the expansion to one user. We acknowledge that the requested office permissions are predicated on tenant requirements and that further assurance has been requested to demonstrate this commitment. Accordingly, we respectfully request that the committee defer a decision on the applications to allow our project teams to obtain a suitable level of tenant commitment to support the requested applications. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers from the public. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Environment Committee. My name is Bonnie Ladicka. I'm here today on behalf of the owners of City Plaza in downtown London. City Plaza encompasses an approximately 630,000 square feet of commercial space in their 3 city blocks and supported by 2 parking garages, providing approximately 1,500 parking stalls. It is the largest commercial property in downtown London under continuous ownership. When our owners invested in City Plaza in 2020, they made a long-term commitment to downtown London. That decision was based on the city's long-standing planning division, which identifies downtown London as the primary commercial office center. A consistent planning framework gives businesses, employers, and property owners the confidence in long-term investment decisions. For decades, the city has reinforced that vision through planning policies, transit, infrastructure, economic development initiatives. Those public investments were intended to encourage private investors and influence other owners' decisions in investing in downtown London. Office employment remains a critical part of a healthy downtown. It supports retailers, restaurants, services, and overall health of our downtown. As one of the largest downtown property owners, we know firsthand experience that downtown has the capacity today to accommodate significant office users, including parking stalls needed to support them. That capacity exists today. The decision before you today extends beyond a single property or a single tenant. As property owners, consistency matters. The decision you make here today will help shape expectations for future planning decisions. When planning policies are applied consistently over time, businesses have confidence to make long-term investments. That is why we respectfully request the committee accept the decision, this application based on council to adopt the planning policies on the merits before you today. We believe the staff have undertaken a thoughtful and thorough review of the application. Their findings are well-grounded and in planning policies adopted by council. We respectfully ask the committee to support those recommendations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the microphones. So I'll look for motion to close the PPM. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a deferral.
Okay, do you have the wording with the clerk?
I don't. Maybe I can ask the clerk to help me with the wording on that.
Okay.
And Chair, I'll need to give a reasoning for the deferral. Right?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think we need some time to digest all the information we have. I think probably a 90-day deferral would be reasonable at this stage for us to give further contemplation to it. And perhaps we can ask the applicant if that's reasonable.
I'll go to the applicant to see what, in your letter, you requested this to be deferred. What time frame were you looking at?
We were hoping for a bit beyond 90 days, perhaps 120. I can't disclose the potential tenant, but my understanding is that they require a little bit more time to have everything organizationally ready.
Councillor?
We can adjust our timetable to that if that suits.
120 days?
I just have a future meeting.
It can also be a future meeting. You don't have to do an exact time frame if that's preferable.
That works, thank you.
Okay.
I have the applicant had submitted, like, their reasoning for a referral. I'm wondering if that's similar to Councillor Cuddy's.
Okay, well, the clerk has something drafted. Can you take a look at it, Councillor, and see if that's what
You're my secretary, Chair, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good, okay. And Councillor Stevenson, would you wish to second that? Okay, Councillor Stevenson is seconding that motion. Okay, so that's up in East Scribe, and I'll put this on the floor for comments or questions. Yep, the main motion is on the floor. Councillor, if you wish to speak. Just a second, please.
The referral's on the floor.
The referral, it's a referral that's on the floor, Councillor.
Just to be clear, you can speak to the whole issue, including the referral.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Go
thank you,
ahead.
Chair. This whole situation that we find ourselves in, involving Carfax and the Westmount Commons, the Westmount Mall, is clearly about jobs. This is a jobs issue. The bottom line, 600 plus 200, 800 jobs. And we're going to try and jeopardize that through some kind of slavish devotion to some kind of bureaucratic regulation or rigid rules. That just doesn't cut it for the people of London. It doesn't cut it for the economy that we find ourselves now. As we know, business decides what it needs. And if business decides that it has to tick several boxes and they can't find it in London, Ontario, they will simply move. And what a disaster that would be. 800 jobs going bye-bye, waving out the back window, looking in the rearview mirror to London, Ontario, going somewhere else. The fact of the matter is, they need a place to do business on their terms. This is a born and bred London, Ontario company with international excellent reputation. They are well-known, well-respected. We need to try in every sense of the word to accommodate their needs and show them the respect they deserve. So I fully support the deferral, and I most certainly do not support the staff recommendation of a refusal in this situation. Again, it's about 800 jobs. We cannot lose sight of that fact. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ferrer. Councillor Van Meerberg, can you turn off your mic?
Oh, sure.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So I guess I'll start with, how many jobs do we have in the consultant's report that Carfax is looking for? They need to expand from 400 to how many? Does anybody have the answer to that?
I'll go to staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer that to the applicant.
Okay, I'll go to the applicant.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Ferreira. The specifics of the tenant, I'm not at liberty to discuss, but the parking spaces can indicate some level of jobs.
Councillor?
Okay, thanks. I believe it was 600. I would say we have not heard this potential business, as the applicant was saying, they didn't name the business in question, come to the committee and say that they are going to leave London. If we have statements that we've heard before, I would say, where is the facts on that? I want to hear it directly from the company who may be moving there. The sky is falling argument is not going to work. I think that we should be very cognizant that the suburban mall in the past, when they were built, took away the nodes of commerce and retail from the downtown. And the downtown had a big impact with that and had to find other ways to recover. Office space in 1989 was one of those modes of recovery. Now the same suburban malls who are struggling themselves to save themselves are potentially seeking that office space and that recovery that the downtown used. History is repeating itself, and the players seem to be the same. We need to understand that the precedent that could be set if we defer this is just allowing the conversation to continue. If Carfax, which it is, their agreement will be ending in how many years? 3 years or 4 years? There is lots of time. A deferral is not something we should be requesting right now. We should be decisive on our decision to say that we will keep our office space requirements and what we allow for office space in the downtown core. I would remind committee that the request that is before us right now is asking for, I think it's 125% increase of total office space operating there currently right now. And for a single tenant, that's a 620% increase that they're requesting. That is far beyond what we should be considering here. That will set a precedent that will forever hurt the downtown, its recovery, and what we all here say we want to bring our core to. If we make this decision for a deferral, it is allowing this discussion to continue. And it is giving an area that's outside of our official plan policy the ability to continue on with this. This is not the way to go. I would ask committee to vote this referral down, and I would say we should be decisive right now. And there is no time frame here that's right in front of us. This is like a 3-year thing. Like, if it's Carfax, their agreement ends in 3 years. We don't need to make this decision to refer. We need to make the decision to go with the staff recommendation. I think that's what we should be doing here. We should support our downtown, and we should realize the precedent that will be set with this deferral, and we should realize the precedent that will be set that will hurt downtown forever. Let's not make the same mistakes that happened 30, 40 plus years ago. We need to be decisive right now. So I would please say to the committee, do not support this referral, support the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Look for other speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I seconded the referral, and I support that. And if I was going to be decisive today, I would prefer an alternate motion that accepted the proposal for the changes. I think I'm sad for our downtown, but that's on us. That's on us to make this downtown an amazing place to invest, for people to work and to live. That's on this council to figure out the addiction crisis and the public safety crisis that exists on that street. And to say that we have to somehow mandate businesses to locate in an area that's many would consider unlivable, unpassable, unwalkable is, it doesn't do that. You can't force businesses to do that. They will leave the city. So this isn't about demonizing businesses for making choices not to come downtown. We've missed out. This council has missed out on many, many opportunities for firms to locate in our downtown, and maybe we will start shifting and making policy changes that will support safety and well-being in our downtown. And then that's the healthy competition. Between now and whenever decisions are made, why don't we make our downtown irresistible? Then businesses will come downtown and we'll let the market decide. And I think that's the challenge on this council. That's the exciting vision that we could rally behind. And so light a little fire here and let's do what's needed downtown to have what we all want, which is a healthy, vibrant, amazing downtown. But to think that we can mandate it and not do the other things that are required is just not living in reality.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I completely agree that we need to be decisive, but if we are decisive, we need all the information. I really honestly, there are a lot of comments that have been made. I think there are a lot of jobs potentially lost for downtown, potentially could be even lost for London. We don't know that. And I really think that our focus has to be, yes, I believe that all of us would prefer to have it downtown. If it doesn't happen downtown, what's our second number two priority? For them to stay in the city. I truly believe that we either I know there was a question that they didn't come to us, Carfax, in front of us, in front of the committee council. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it certainly needs to be spearheaded by the mayor or designated person by the mayor to have a meeting with this organization and to really give us an information what this actually organization wants. Because if they say, absolutely I want them to have downtown. But if they say there's no way we are going to go downtown, do I want to lose those jobs? Look at our unemployment rates. Look at our economy. Do we need them? Absolutely. Is our number one choice downtown? Absolutely. If not, do we want them in the city? Absolutely we do. I will 100% support the referral. We need this time, and we need the complete information, not through the operator owner of the plaza, not through their agent, not through anyone. We need first-hand information where we stand as a city. We cannot lose them. Do we prefer downtown? Yes. But we need this information, and I certainly hope that this meeting, again, it should be the number one from our organization. So I don't know if it's going to be the mayor, if it's the city manager to have a meeting, or as I said, designate, but we need the information. Right now, we are going to be playing a lottery, and we are going to be decisive. We are going to say, we are going to accept what's in front of us from the staff. If we are going to play a hardball, that we are decisive, no, they have to stay downtown. And guess what? They could move down the road. It's a possibility. It might not be, but we need to hear this directly, and the meeting has to be there, and that's why I'm 100% supporting this referral.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I will absolutely be supporting the referral as well. Yes, there's more discussion to be had on this. Respectfully, I will say, from the information I have, discussions happened with the tenant about spaces that were downtown, and they frankly said they weren't interested in the spaces that were offered given the lack of dedicated parking stalls, not just random parking stalls, but dedicated parking stalls, and the square foot price that they were being asked for at different locations in the downtown. The downtown is not just about, and I will also say, respectfully, I don't hold the same perspective as Councillor Stevenson. I think we have seen some businesses come downtown, but I think that there's a number of factors that are at play, including a number of Class B and C buildings that, frankly, if the owners want to attract commercial tenants to, they're going to need to put money into improving those building classifications, because a prominent nationwide recognized business is not going to go and jam their employees into Class C office building space. They're looking for quality space. And quite honestly, that's not something that's necessarily available in all the properties that are vacant downtown in the commercial class. So I have no issue with deferring this. I know the applicant has requested it. As I indicated earlier on another one, there's a difference between when the applicant requests it and when council does it without the applicant's consent and gets us into a non-decision situation. We're not there today. The applicant has requested this. Obviously, even if it's approved, there would be fit up time for them to get the space ready to be moved into. But this is exactly the challenge that we have to look at, is keeping the jobs or having a discussion with them about what their other options are. But when it comes down to it, I'm not going to wave goodbye to jobs over a policy guideline in the official plan. Would I like to see more commercial space filled up downtown? Yes, but it has to be the right fit for the employer. And it's got to include dedicated parking for their employees. And, the policy is there, but we vary from policies for a number of reasons on different occasions for different things. We heard a representative from City Plaza. Well, quite frankly, go make a pitch, because it's not our responsibility to say, no, you can't move to Westmount, you have to move to City Plaza. Our responsibility is to look at a zoning application and make a decision on that. And in this case, the request has come for a deferral, so I'll be supporting the deferral.
I'll look for other speakers. Councillor Trussell.
I'm looking at the, through the chair, I'm looking at the deferral motion. It doesn't refer, future meeting. Was there a time deadline in there that should be in there?
No, specifically said a future meeting.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a specific time frame.
I wanna make the point, and I wanna try to keep this limited to planning issues that are properly before us. And one of the planning issues that's properly before us, which hasn't been getting a lot of attention today, especially from people that want to kick the can on this very difficult issue down to the next council. But the planning issues that are before us are very clear. It's not consistent with provincial planning statement. Doesn't conform to the official plan. I mean, the staff report could not be clearer on this. Yet, we are going to, because we don't want to make this difficult decision now, we're just going to say,
Point of personal privilege.
well,
Hold on, okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Chair, just on the last item on Commissioner's Road, the ward councillor and Councillor Trussow were arguing that we don't need to make a decision now. And now we have the councillor being derogatory and suggesting we're kicking the can down the road to the next council because we don't want to make the decision. People have outlined their reasons for the referral. The councillor doesn't have to agree with them, but I would request he be respectful in the fact that they have a right to a difference of opinion, and it's not kicking the can down the road. So I would encourage you, Chair, to ask him to withdraw that and use different language.
No, I'm fine with kicking the can down the road. That's, he's trying to make a point. You have time left you can speak further on this, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Trussow.
I'm not sure how long through the chair it takes to obtain a suitable level of tenant commitment. Now, there are a lot of places downtown that need to be filled. We just went through a long process of doing a downtown plan. And one of the recurring themes that keeps coming up is the vacancy rate is too high downtown. And here we have a commercial tenant that can help alleviate that. And not only that, we have one of the leading property managers come and sit in our gallery and say exactly the same thing. And I'll tell you, when I go to City Plaza, when there are feet on the ground, it's usually during events, it's a really exciting place. And it's a safe place. But I'm not doing a commercial here for City Plaza. I am advocating, though, that we support the efforts that have been made, not just by the downtown councillor, but the entire downtown business community. The City Plaza is an example of a good faith downtown landlord who would very much like to get tenants downtown. We have to assist in doing that. There is no legitimate planning reason for referring this to the future. And it's right in front of me in the motion, page 362. And I have not heard one person on this council give a serious rebuttal or call into question the planning justifications for the staff report's refusal. So I hear from people on this committee a lot, you got to stick to planning issues, but when it doesn't suit your purposes, we're not dealing with planning issues. So maybe somebody who's in favor of this referral wants to frame this in terms of the official plan and the provincial policy statement and other planning issues, because we have an airtight staff report in front of us that we should adopt. And I'll be making these arguments at council, and yes, and that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. You know, the beauty of private enterprise and free enterprise is that companies like Carfax can make their own decision where they want to locate. And in this particular instance, they've made a decision where they don't want to be. So I think it's incumbent on us to look at companies that come into our city or that are in our city and want to stay in our city. I think it's incumbent on us to help them, to work with them, to find a location that they're satisfied with. And with all due respect to the councillor who just spoke on this matter, I don't think it's our choice to tell people where they can move. We can't tell them where to live. Why can't we tell them where to work? So I think the argument is invalid, and I'll go back to what Councillor Van Meerbergen said earlier. This is a good news story. This is a company that is homegrown. This is a Canadian success story. And this is a company that we want to retain in the city.
Councillor Purble.
Planning decisions, which is in front of us, were set that we are trying to not make a decision on. But this decision will have consequences. I'll be more than happy to be decisive if we have full information, but so far, in terms of the organization that's looking to relocate within City of London, I have not heard directly what really they want to do. We hear it from the third party. I think it's, if we make a decision now, by the way, right now the decision is really refusal. And if this organization came forward and if they say, thank you, but no thank you, and we are going to go look at 401, 402, and we are going to move, and then what? Then we're going to say, oh, we were decisive. We wanted downtown. And that's my issue. I'll be very decisive if I have all the information. I do not have the information. Yes, from staff, they did their job. Absolutely. Planning, it's in front of us, black and white, what I always say. Absolutely. But the consequences. And whatever I would be voting for, if I support it, and if they move down, I'm going to look into the eyes of 500,000 of Londoners, and if they ask me, have you done your homework? I would say, no, I haven't. I heard from third parties, from 2-3 different third parties, including the real estate agents. I have heard from them, but I haven't heard from Carfax. We haven't done our full job. And that's why I'm supporting the referral. We need the highest people. And again, if it's urgent, then guess what? The two highest people in our organization, they should be booking the plane tomorrow, wherever in Canada or US they need to go. But we do not have directly from the organization, and we are going to be based on that. Absolutely, I will never support that. And comments in terms of the planning and what's in front of us that we should make a decision, absolutely, when we have all the information directly from the source. I hope everyone is going to support it. I certainly hope it might not be 120, but we need to know, all of us, we need to know directly from the organization, and if not directly, through our #1 people in our organization, how they truly feel and what their plan is. We don't want to lose them.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Councilor Ferraro.
Thanks, Chair. Like, it shouldn't matter who the business is, and I apologize that Carfax was even brought up. We should have never brought up the company name in the first place. But it shouldn't matter. The first things first is this is a planning decision, and it's a planning decision on whether we want to move or open up our office space permissions outside of the downtown core, away from the official plan. And we should not do that because it's very well articulated, as Councillor Trussell was speaking to in the report. It specifically says, like, it's going to reduce downtown office investment. It's going to increase suburban office migration. It's going to weaken our transit investment. And it's going to undermine our downtown revitalization.
30 seconds.
I've heard other things, like, we haven't had this office provider, this employer, come to say anything. From what I understand, there is no decision whether or not to come downtown or not. So I'm not going to really be accepting of these arguments when we say that they are going to leave the city if we don't allow them to go outside of downtown. I also know that from what some other tenants have said, and it's not just the one tenant who came out and spoke today, but there's other tenants that also have reached out to me, big downtown providers who have said that they want to help too, with parking, with office space as well. We have more than just one option.
I'll look for other speakers. We have a motion moving to second, and we'll call them.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.8, this is regarding 1454 Fanshawe Park Road East, Block 2. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look to the applicant. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Carrie O'Brien, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Drulo Holdings. I'd like to begin by thanking staff for their work on the application and for their collaborative approach that they've taken throughout the review process. We appreciate the time and care that's gone into the review and are supportive of staff's recommendation for approval. There is one technical correction that we'd ask committee to note. Regulation Roman numeral 5 should read notwithstanding section 3.9.2 Roman numeral 2 to the contrary. A maximum height of 22 meters, 6 stories, shall be permitted. The version that was on the added agenda indicated 20 meters, which is inconsistent with the maximum permitted height regulation, Roman numeral 4. Staff have reviewed that correction, and it's my understanding that a corrected bylaw has been given to the clerk. We appreciate the public's participation in the planning process and remain committed to working through the remaining planning considerations and technical matters as the application moves forward. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee or residents.
Thank you. I'll look for speakers from the public. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. Good afternoon. My name is Sunil Gurshanta. I live at 1523 Sandpiper Drive, which is adjacent to the proposed development of 1454 Fanshawe Park Road East. I'm here to speak on file OZ 26055, which concerns Block 2 at the northeast corner of the site. My understanding is Blocks 1, 3, and 4 of file OZ 26056 will be discussed at a later Planning and Environmental Committee meeting on August 11th. I'm not here to oppose the housing growth in London. I'm here because the proposal as submitted raises serious concerns about traffic safety, environmental impact, and compatibility with the existing neighborhood, which must be addressed before any approval is granted. Just to give you guys a refresh, the Block 2 is the northeast corner of the site. It proposed a 6-story apartment building with a maximum density of 105 units per hectare, fronting directly onto Blackwell Boulevard. The minimum setback from Blackwell Boulevard is about 6 meters. I'm going to talk about 2 main areas. If you look at my amendment of the request letter that's been provided to the committee and as part of the package that you have, there are a number of concerns that have been noted and about up to 9 amendments. I'm going to talk about 2 main areas, one around traffic concern and one is around environment. So based on that, the first one is Block 2 fronts Blackwell Boulevard. Blackwell Boulevard connects westward to Highbury Avenue North at the intersection that currently has no traffic signal. Before a single unit of this development is built, residents of Blackwell Boulevard and Sandpiper Drive already face significant difficulty and safety in risk in making southbound left turns onto Highbury Avenue North. Highbury carries about approximately 30,000 vehicles per day. A gap insufficient for safe left turn are already infrequent during peak hours. Block 2 alone proposes up to 105 units per hectare. The traffic generated by Block 2 residents attempting to exit onto Blackwell Boulevard and then to southbound on Highbury will compound an already dangerous pre-existing problem at an already unsignalized intersection. Second, no traffic impact study has been submitted for this application. The city routinely requires traffic impact studies for developments far similar than this proposal. I'm formally requesting that a traffic impact study be required and made publicly available before any approval of Block 2 is granted. So next area is around environmental concern. A portion of the subject land, including the area approximate to Block 2 in Northwest, is within the tree production area designated under City of London's bylaw CP 1555252. The applicant's own environmental impact study, prepared by MTE consultants, confirmed the presence of cultural vegetation communities in the north portion of the property, directly adjacent to Block 2. No tree preservation report has been submitted. The applicant's EIS explicitly defers the tree assessment to a future tree preservation report. I'm requesting that this report be completed and approved by city before any approval of Block 2 is granted and the tree production area designation is fully respected. So I'm formally requesting that the Planning and Environment Committee recommend the following as binding conditions of any approval. 1, a comprehensive traffic impact study must be completed and made publicly available and considered by the committee before any approval of Block 2 is granted. 2, a traffic signal at the intersection of Blackwell Boulevard and Highbury Avenue North must be required as a binding condition funded by the applicant and installed before any occupancy permits are issued. And 3, a tree preservation report must be completed and completed by the city before any site clearing or approval of Block 2 proceeds. I've provided a formal amendment requesting letter as written submission to this application. All of that document is AODA compliant and available for record. I will be returning on August 11th to speak to blocks 1, 3, and 4, where there's concerns around building height, the 15-story towers on Fanshawe Park Road, environmental connectivity, green space, and even more significant. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to that my name and address be recorded with the committee clerk.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not going to you yet. We'll get to our online folks in a second. I'm going to the lady that's before the mic right now. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Leslie D'Souza. I'm a resident at 1642 Sandridge Lane. And I am here speaking to you because you've provided this space. I really appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the city planners for their hard work in terms of putting together all of the notices about this meeting, and Councillor Cuddy for engaging with my neighbors and myself to help us understand the breadth and the scope of this development. I also like to thank Drew Lowe for engaging with the community. They've helped hosted information sessions and taken questions and been engaging over email with many of us. So I think we're on the right track here. The issues that I have are mainly focused on building this new development in an existing community that doesn't have walkable access to a public park. So we do not have a space where we can gather as a community, and despite that, we have formed a vibrant community of people who live in that corner of the city, which is at the outermost edge. There is not a lot of infrastructure out there. There is not a lot of things for our kids to do, so they have run of our neighborhood, and it's like the 70s. They can ride around the neighborhood until the lights turn off and come home, which is great. And we would love to expand that. We would love to have more people who could enjoy that part of our life. The challenge I'm seeing with the current development, and I appreciate that we've deferred blocks 1, 3, and 4, which introduces its own challenge because now we can't talk about the full density and the full scope of the entire development as an addition to our neighborhood. The challenge that I'm having with this block 2 is that it introduces houses, and it's appropriate for the zoning, but it does not introduce the infrastructure that's necessary to build a community. It doesn't introduce any meaningful gathering space. It doesn't introduce anything that will introduce the people that are going to move there to my kids, to me. And it feels more like a postage stamp that's kind of been plonked down into the neighborhood without thought provided to the culture that exists there, our friendliness, our desire to meet people on walks. On top of that, there are all kinds of issues related to traffic. We have a median at the single entrance to our neighborhood, which means there are about 5 houses that have driveways that back into a median and only have right in, right out. And we're going to introduce a whole nother block of the neighborhood to that one only entrance. And it just creates all kinds of issues for those poor people who will never be able to get out of their driveways easily. And it creates safety issues because now we're going to have lineups of people trying to get out, making the left-hand turn where there isn't currently a traffic signal. I recognize that there will be at some point, but who knows when that will be. So I just would like to have you consider the accountability of making sure that we're not just planning subdivisions, we're planning neighborhoods, and that we're creating community as we plan those things. We had been having talks about introducing park space. I know that only 0.5 hectares is to be set aside under the current percentage policy of the city, and that does not meet the Parks and Recreation minimum for the size of a new park. However, I'll take what I can get. So honestly, at this point, I would really love for there to be a gathering space that is larger than what is pictured on the neighborhood, and why not use that as transition space between the new development and the existing low-rise residential neighborhood. It's a real challenge to go from having a really beautiful vista and gathering spaces for our community to having 3-story townhomes that back onto and look over your backyard and your home. That's jarring. So yes, we are asking for there to be a park place there so that we can gather and welcome our new neighbors and participate with them in building a vibrant community for the future. So I would just like to leave you with that, and I would request that you do not approve the current proposal and instead ask for revisions that really put forward thought towards building a community that extends our vibrancy, that doesn't feel like it's pasted on top. I know similar developments that have been built along Highbury and Edge Valley. I don't see people gathering in those neighborhoods, and I know people who live there. There aren't open spaces. And so yes, there's homes, we can build units, and I just hope that we're not building more separate, isolated homes where people are going to sit alone and, feed into the mental health crisis that we're already seeing. Let's take a good, proactive approach to building vibrant communities in London. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. The gentleman up my left here, please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ian McIntyre. I also live in Fanshawe Ridge community on Pennyroyal Street. I also want to just speak to the traffic impact of additional units in our neighborhood. And I know I've submitted in writing to planning, and I appreciate their responses. And just as recently as this morning, received a response back from the planning department saying that the additional intersection of this proposed Street A into Highbury is part of what's being considered today. So my understanding from the planning department is that there will be now a second access in and out of our community, albeit it's only right in and right out because it goes into Highbury North where traffic is merging, and there's a number of other safety concerns that I've already brought up with planning, and they've said thank you, but we've got it from here. That said, I am concerned that truly there will be some safety issues and some traffic accidents if we go ahead with this additional access in and out of our neighborhood, which is only 200 meters, actually less than 200 meters from the main intersection of Fanshawe and Highbury, and less than 200 meters from our existing access, and the previous speakers mentioned, don't have any traffic lights. So if this does go ahead, I do ask that traffic engineering actively monitor the traffic in that area now and going into the future so that we can avoid some serious traffic accidents, because having driven there, walked there, biked there, I see that firsthand, some of the issues that are going on, and especially with the development across the street at Highbury, there's other traffic patterns that are emerging that are problematic for us getting out of our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I think we have a few online, so I'll go to the clerk to let me know. Eric Wendell, can you hear me? Eric Wendell?
Yeah, hello.
Oh, we got you.
Yes, thanks for entertaining me.
You have 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Am I?
You're up. Yep.
Okay. I have concerns as well about the traffic, and particularly with in relation to people pulling out of their driveways into a single lane that's clogged up. I think that requires 2 lanes in any event to make that intersection work in this location. my primary concern is with the density of the units. And it's at 105 units per hectare is a high density. Studies I've looked at indicate that 550 units per hectare tends to create a livable space. My first impression on looking at the map was that it's all parking and all buildings. There's no green space. I'm thinking where do the mothers go with their kids? There's no monkey bars anywhere or anything like that. Where do the teenagers go? Is there a basketball hoop anywhere? I shudder to think that this is the kind of development that we're going to go into the future with. Some are, I think that has to be considered, and I think we have to pull back on this kind of thing, and I think that should go back to the applicant for some revisions with those conditions. So thanks for hearing me today. That's about all I have to say. So.
Thank you, Mr. Wendell. Suzanne Youngs might have spoken up earlier. If you're ready to speak, we can go to you now.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Suzanne Young, and I live on Blackwell Boulevard in the Fanshawe Ridge community. I'm speaking in opposition to the file 39T26502, OZ 26055, and permissions being requested and the broader proposed development. I have submitted a 4.5-page petition along with a community flyer, together with additional signature package that now is over 200 signatures and counting, and respectfully ask that it be considered together with my comments today. The petition opposes the proposed development as a whole at 1454 Fanshawe Park Road East and respectfully requests that the city refuse the proposal. The opposition extends to future revisions, redesigns, amendments, and resubmissions affecting the Blackwell Boulevard corridor and broader development proposal. Significant concerns remain regarding height, density, compatibility, buffering, development and traffic, road access, privacy, environmental impacts, safety, neighborhood character, and livability. For a relatively small, established, quiet, low-rise community such as Fanshawe Ridge, and over 200 signatures represents a significant level of community concern and opposition. The Fanshawe Ridge community consists of approximately 217 homes, 59 townhome units, condo units, 158 single detached homes. By comparison, the broader proposal for this commercially zoned lands contemplates approximately 1,564 residential units and buildings heights reaching up to 15 stories. The scale of that change helps explain concerns regarding the cumulative impacts on traffic, infrastructure, neighborhood character, environmental quality, safety, accessibility, privacy, and livability. There is no longer simply about one building or one block. It is about how a substantially larger new community will interface with an established one. However, the question before the committee is not simply whether development should occur. The question is whether the proposed form, scale, height, density, and transitions are appropriate where this development interfaces with the existing Blackwell Boulevard and Fanshawe Ridge community. The petition states that the entirety of Zone B should function as a low-rise transition area between the proposed development and the established low-rise residential community of Fanshawe Ridge. Residents are not comparing 3-story buildings to 6-story buildings elsewhere within the proposed development. We are comparing what is proposed to the neighborhood that already exists today. A transition should be measured by how well it fits the neighborhood beside it, not by how much shorter it is than the building behind it. The most important transition is not from 3 stories to 6 stories. The most important transition is from the proposed development to the existing community. Residents remain concerned that 3-story townhouse or apartment-style development does not provide an appropriate transition and is inconsistent with the established character, position, buffering, and livability of the existing community. The petition also raises concerns regarding traffic, road safety, accessibility, and livability. Blackwell Boulevard is the only entrance and exit to the neighborhood. There are no traffic lights at the Blackwell Boulevard and Highbury intersection. Residents are concerned about how additional traffic may affect movement into, out of, and throughout the community. The staff report notes that a temporary access for Blackwell Boulevard would be required until the extension of Pennyroyal is completed. Residents oppose temporary or future access arrangements affecting Blackwell Boulevard and remain concerned about the resulting traffic, safety, accessibility, and neighborhood impacts. For residents, traffic and road safety are not theoretical planning considerations. They're everyday realities experienced each time we enter and leave our neighborhood. Residents are concerned regarding impacts on trees, vegetation, wildlife habitat, and the natural character of the area, all of which contribute to the identity and livability of the community. Residents are not asking the city to choose between housing and compatibility. We're asking the city to achieve compatibility while providing housing. Growth and compatibility must go hand in hand. The Fanshawe Ridge community already exists. Its character is established, its residents are established, its neighborhood identity is established. The question before this committee is not whether growth should occur. The question is whether growth can occur in a manner that respects the character, safety, privacy, accessibility, environmental quality, and livability of the community that already exists. The Blackwell Boulevard corridor is not simply the edge of a proposed development. It is the interface between a new development and an established community.
30 seconds.
Transition should weave new development into the existing fabric of a neighborhood. Residents remain concerned about the proposed scale, height, density, and built form create a significant misalignment between the proposed development. Compatibility is not determined by what is proposed elsewhere on the site. Compatibility is determined by what exists today. Neighborhood character is not just about buildings, it's about privacy, safety, accessibility, environmental quality, and livability.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Environment and livability are not amenities that can be added later. Once lost, they are extremely difficult to restore. For these reasons,
Thank you very much. That's your time.
to refuse the proposal. We are not asking you to oppose growth. We're asking you to oppose a proposal that residents do not believe is compatible with the existing community.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Denise Marshall, and I live on Pennyroyal Street. I'll just be very brief. First of all, just to say thank you to all of our neighbors who have worked so hard on the petition that you have before you, who have attended today, on the amendments that are proposed, and so on. The community feels very, very strongly about this, and I think that's evident. Should be evident to you. What I want to do is just really briefly leave you with a sort of a visual, if I may. I appreciate that it's only Block 2 that is on your agenda today, but you will be dealing with the other blocks in due course in August, I believe. And somewhat inspired by Councillor Trosso's reference to context and totality, and also hearing from staff about how traffic signaling is usually follows development rather than precedes it. I was driving up to Lucan the other day, and the population sign at the southern entrance to Lucan indicates that's now home to 6,000 people. The total development that is proposed on these 4 blocks would have a human capacity of 4,000 people. So I don't know how we can move 2/3 of the population of Lucan onto those blocks without dealing with the traffic and with a current plan to have 0.5 hectares of green space. So I just want to leave you with that, and thank you very much for your time today. And again, thank you very much to my neighbors and all of their efforts.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. If she said yes.
There's OP. I think he goes by OP.
Opiemi saying Goyal, is that correct? I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I actually, so I'm just going to read out what I plan to say. So I would like to formally object the proposed zoning amendment for the 1454 Fanshawe Park Road. And my major concern is the incompatible height and density So this development, for me, it feels like it represents over intensification, right? And there's going to be more, like it's more of like a more gradual transition in height and density rather than the current character we have of the neighborhood. Also, part of the plan is the requested 6 meter setback would place like a large 6-story building very close to existing home. To me, this is like it's going to result in lack of privacy. The tall buildings would be overlooking existing buildings and just incompatible with the existing properties we have in the neighborhood. So for me, my major concern is the traffic. We have a lot of little kids within the neighborhood. So bringing up, like the earlier speaker said, like close to like 4,000 people within that neighborhood and with a narrow street, and taking into consideration zone 1, zone 3, zone 4, as well as zone 2, it just feels like intensification of that space. With this, I wrap up, my summary. I sent like a much more detailed note to the planning committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another person online, Pratibha.
Yes, thank you so much.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to raise my concerns. My fellow speakers have raised most of the concerns, so I will speak to what they haven't spoken about. In addition to the concerns regarding the traffic and safety of pedestrians, children playing on the street, and seniors walking around, I would like to bring to your attention one concern that I find, that I would like to respectfully ask if there has been a feasibility study conducted to provide a clear evidence that existing infrastructure, including the schools, the stormwater capacity and healthcare assistance, transit system and emergency services are ready to handle the increased additional demand that will be provided to the system or imposed on the system with these 4,000 additional people that will be housing here. And I would like to also request the committee to look at this this proposal, not only as a individual proposal, but look at it, consider the cumulative impact of this proposal in the context of other existing or anticipated development in the surrounding area. Even if this one proposal appears manageable in isolation, the combined effect of these multiple developments that are going around in this area can be substantial and can be significantly alter traffic patterns, service levels, environmental conditions, and quality of life for existing residents. So I would respectfully request that committee do not approve this request. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone else online. Okay, I think we've gotten everybody online. I don't see anyone else approaching the microphone, so I'll look for motion to close the PPM. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll go to Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'd like to move the amendment.
So are you moving the main motion with?
No, I'd like to move the amendment first because it's.
Well, let's get the main motion
I see a nod from the clerk that I can't do that.
Oh, just a second.
I'll move the main motion and then let Councillor Cuddy move his amendment, Chair.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor has moved the main motion, and I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has seconded the main motion. Now, Councillor Cuddy, I understand, wants to move an amendment to that main motion. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment has been modified with the assistance and thanks to Deputy Mayor Lewis. Might I ask the clerk to read out the new amendment. Thank you.
Okay, clerk, please.
Through the chair, that the motion be amended, Part CI, that to read as follows: adding a park block within the draft plan of subdivision to include a dedicated, publicly accessible parkland block or a cash in lieu contribution proportionate to the density of the development.
Okay, is that correct, Councillor?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
And is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Hillier has indicated he will second the amendment. Do you want to speak to that right now?
Chair, should I speak to do you want me to speak to the amendment or the main motion?
You get to do both. So you can speak to the amendment now, and
So-
then we
So
get that
I
on
will
the
speak
floor.
to the main motion first, and then I'll go back. No, I see another nod from the clerk, so.
So if you want to speak to this amendment, you have the opportunity to do it now.
And what about the main motion?
You can also speak to the main motion.
Okay, I will speak to the main motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
The main motion would be later, though. Point of order. Amendment first, main motion second.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, I understand, Deputy Mayor.
You know, I can do it
But we
that way,
gotta-
too.
We have, hold on a second. Hold on, I'll call you when I want to hear from you. We'll deal with the amendment first. Once we've got that dealt with and voted on, then we will go to the main motion, and we will start it all over again. So, we're at the amendment right now. I'm looking around to see if anyone would like to speak to the amendment. Councillor Cuddy, you raised your hands. You want to speak to the amendment. Please go ahead.
So, sorry, just to be clear, you want me to speak to the amendment first, right? Or do you, okay. Okay, just to be clear, because I'm a little confused by this. So, let me speak to the amendment then. No, sorry, I'm going to speak, I'm going to speak to the main motion first.
I don't want you to speak to the main motion.
Okay, all right. Okay. So, thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank my residents for coming in today and speaking so well. And I'm very grateful to all of you for allowing me to come into your homes and to work with you on this. Chair, I think if you looked at all of the residents that spoke today, no one said, "Not in my backyard." No one said that. What they said, Chair, was, let's make sure this is a responsible and sustainable development. Let's make sure there's parkland so our kids can play. And by the way, Chair, if you haven't been to Fanshawe Ridge, I highly recommend that every one of my colleagues go there and see it, because it's really quite unique. And I enjoy going up at nights when the sun's setting, and I can see the kids playing and biking around there. It's actually like a small town where I grew up. It's very unique, and I'm very grateful that it's in my ward. And I want to reference what Ms. D'Souza said, that this is a small community, and we want to keep it that way. And again, no one is suggesting that this can't be, that we can't do development here. They're suggesting, let's do it sustainable, and let's do it responsible. So, Chair, in the amendment, we're calling for an enlarged parkland area. And I would like to thank Deputy Mayor Lewis for the recommendation. And the idea is, in lieu of the land cash will do an enlarged area, larger than it would normally be. We don't want any small packet parks in there. We want a nice, large park for the kids to play. And we want a place for people to go and sit and read and meditate and do whatever they'd like to do. So, Chair, that's the first part of that amendment. The other part that I want to reference before I go on, and I don't want to lose time in this, is about the traffic control. And Mr. Gustava mentioned that. We've had several conversations about that, about how this area is going to be. We're going to have 1,564 new residential units in this area with one in and out without any traffic signals.
Councillor?
Yes?
In the amendment, there's no reference to
I know there isn't. I
traffic.
just wanted to mention
So can
this.
you hold those comments till we talk? about
Okay,
the
thank you.
main motion?
So I'll hold my comments for now, and I'll circle back on that in the major motion. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I will certainly support the amendment Councillor Cuddy is proposing, because for me, and the reason I chatted with him about let's get something bigger, 0.523 hectares is 1/3 the size of our city park's minimum size. We wouldn't be looking for a park that small. So to put in here an amendment that says, as the plan of subdivision is developed, we're going to get the parkland dedication that's appropriate to the density so that it's big enough for the community to actually enjoy. And I heard the one resident say that she'll, take what she can get. But respectfully, we've got to get parks that actually meet our minimum size. And I don't want her to take what she can get now. I want to see us, through the draft plan of subdivision, actually develop a park that meets our minimum park size standards. And what we are seeing with Councillor Cuddy's amendment here will help us accomplish that. And while it references the land or cash in lieu in terms of the density, I think it's really important just to share for residents that we may need to actually buy some land in addition to create a park big enough, which is why the cash in lieu thing is an option for discussion. Doesn't mean that it won't be land in this block. It just means that we may have to take cash and then actually buy some more land to make a park big enough. But you need to have a park that's bigger than 0.523 hectares. And so I'm very supportive of Councillor Cuddy. I appreciate his advocacy for his residents on this. I know the parkland piece has been something he's heard from a lot of people. I know he's really trying to find a way to make sure that the neighbors, just as neighbors in other areas have not been shortchanged in parkland space, he wants to make sure that this neighborhood also gets an adequate park, not just for the people who are there today, but for the people who will call this area home in the future. And so I think his amendment here is very appropriate, and I'm very supportive of it.
Thank you. Other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, could staff just explain a little bit more about that? Because, I agree we don't want a tiny little park, we want the full-sized one, but just so that people can maybe understand a little bit more about what this amendment's going to do and what the options are city-wise to get a bigger portion of park.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So under the Planning Act, we're allowed to take 5% of land as for for parkland. That's how the 0.52 hectares number was reached. I guess we need just some clarification on if the request is to use. So basically, beyond that, we would need to use cash in lieu that we've collected on other developments to purchase additional land. And we wanted to clarify: is the request that we do that, or if we can't get bigger, we only take cash in lieu on this and don't get a parkland on this block?
Councillor?
I would leave that to the movers of the amendment, but I'm assuming that it's the first one and that we want the bigger park space and that we would use cash to create a bigger, more appropriate sized park for the neighborhood. But I would want to confirm with the mover and seconder.
Deputy Mayor Lewis, I see your hand up. I don't know if that was from the previous request to speak, or is that a new one?
No, that's actually to help respond to staff's request for some clarification.
Please go ahead.
Because this is, so right now, the way that, and if I'm reading this wrong, staff can certainly correct me, but the 0.523, that's for the block that we're looking at approving today. The reason it says the draft plan of subdivision is there are 3 more blocks to be advanced here, as we've heard residents say. And so in the overall plan of subdivision, it may not be in this block. But if we get cash in lieu for the 0.523 now, and then the next block has another, say, 0.523, we can then use the cash in lieu that we've got to potentially purchase another lot in addition to the parkland dedication block that's set aside and get that land together. That's the sort of intent, is that we need a park that's going to service all 4 blocks when it's ultimately said and done. So if it's cash in lieu now because this plan is already laid out, then holding that cash in lieu to help with land acquisition in one of the other blocks when that parkland dedication comes up. So I hope that's helpful to both the counselor and staff, but that was the intent of the amendment here.
So I'll go to staff. You heard the intent. Are we good with the wording here? Or would you have some suggestions to maybe be clearer for your purposes to grasp the intent?
Through the chair, so the 0.52 hectares, that's in the direction to the subdivision approval authority. That area was for the entire subdivision. It would be, this area is about a third of the site. So if we were taking just land from this one block, it would be a third of that 0.5 hectares. So the 0.5 hectares is for the entire subdivision, not just for the block 2 that's currently before you.
So do you have suggested wording that we could make changes to the motion that would clarify that?
Through the chair, I think if we remove or cash in lieu contribution, I think that would make it clear for staff, understanding committee's desire after hearing from the public that there's a need for a public park here. I don't think, it doesn't sound like committee consider a public park, doesn't sound like committee wants to have cash in lieu here, that they actually want a dedicated park.
Deputy Mayor, is that?
So
do you see where they're going?
Yeah, I would ask Chair through you, because now staff are actually confusing me a bit. I'm not sure why we're asking for the whole plan of subdivision when we're only approving one block in terms of referencing the amount. But setting that aside, there would be nothing necessarily preventing the applicant from providing cash in lieu and the city acquiring a parcel of land at the end of Blackwell or Sandridge, or like there's quite a bit of land here that's not developed yet. So what I don't want to do is predetermine where we're going to put a park without the Parks and Recreation team and the Parks Master Plan considering it as well. But I do want to make sure that we're getting the necessary contributions to deliver a park to this community. So, I'm hesitant to take the cash in lieu off the table because we may need to have the cash in lieu to actually do land acquisition. And so I'm not sure how staff wanted to perhaps proceed from that.
Okay, Councillor Cuddy, you had your hand up. Do you want to weigh in here before I go to staff and pursue this? Okay, I'm going to staff. I see where Councillor Cuddy and the Deputy Mayor want to go. Help us to get there.
Through the chair, so the current report is for the zoning and official plan for Block 2. The approval authority for the subdivision is the approval authority for the City of London. So that it was direction to the approval authority for the wider subdivision plan. That's where the 0.52 came from. Regardless of whether it's dedication or cash in lieu, we're capped at the 5%. And so if we take cash in lieu, then we're reducing the size of the park block in the rest of the subdivision that we would be able to acquire. It would need to be a separate process to look at trying to use existing cash in lieu to purchase additional parkland. The issue on this site is that there's not necessarily the right space, and the lands you mentioned at the end of Blackwell Boulevard, those are not currently in the growth boundary. We haven't, so they're in terms of, and they're at like an active aggregate pit, so that in terms of timeline for that land at the end of Blackwell becoming available would be a lot longer than this current development. I hope that helps answer some of the questions.
Deputy Mayor, it appears to me that the challenge is we're dealing with Block A and we have other blocks to consider later on, and yet we're trying to figure out a way to get a park central to in some area in the greater subdivision. So I guess that's the conundrum where we're at. You heard staff's remarks. I'll let you weigh in.
Well, that is the challenge, because we're only dealing with one block today. We have to see site plan designs for the other blocks. We have to see, we've heard some things about transportation and only one access. And I understand a future block may actually be providing access to Fanshawe Park Road as well. It is a little bit challenging. I do want to, so I'm not sure how to respond to what staff have said. I mentioned the end of Blackwell as an example. I hear there's an active aggregate pit, so that's not in the current timeline. That's okay. But there are other parcels of land in the Northeast and in this area that we've added to the UGB. There's, vacant land in the other 3 blocks that are in this ownership. And I'm really not sure how to deal with making sure that the direction to staff is to provide a public accessible, appropriately sized park, which just may not be achievable solely through a parkland dedication. And I appreciate that we would be taking cash in lieu that we've received in other projects, but I think that has to be on the table. We do take cash in lieu on other projects we have in the past, and that money gets used to create park spaces and do work that we need to do in the parks. So I don't think the cash in lieu should come out. I think that this is the reason that this motion, I think it works, is that it's a direction to staff to continue the discussions through the draft subdivision approval authority with the applicant in terms of where the parkland block could be, what the cost would be, and for staff to be asking for something that's appropriately sized, because of a 0.523, quite honestly, like to say that's the parkland dedication that we're going to ask for, when it's 1/3 of the size of our minimum park size, I can't support just sticking to that parkland dedication. So I think the motion stands. I think staff have heard what we're talking about, and I think it's because it's a direction to the subdivision authority. It allows those discussions to continue to find out what fits properly. So I'm not sure if there's more. I don't know if staff have any specific language changes that they think are really necessary. I think they've heard the intent. I'm comfortable supporting it today, and I'm also comfortable with taking an offline conversation with our staff to iron something out and amend it further before council if necessary, now that they've heard sort of the intent. I'm not sure that we can wordsmith our way out of this today without taking a serious look at the wider area.
Okay. I'm kind of on that same page. Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and I appreciate the advocacy from Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'm not going to make this any easier, and I apologize, but the park space needs to go on Blackwell for a couple of reasons. First of all, that's where it's required. We've got the population already existing there, but also we don't know when the applicant's going to go and finish the rest of their blocks, and we need to have a park space that's secured. So I'm with Deputy Mayor Lewis if we took this offline and we met with staff to work through this before council next Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. I'll look for any further conversation. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion around the park because I think this is the time to do that, and there may be an opportunity to purchase the extra piece in this negotiation or some other way. The other issue that I heard was around traffic, and I just wondered.
Councillor, we're just talking about the amendment right now.
I forgot we got so far. I forgot. Okay, no, I'm complete.
Okay, good. So any conversation on just the amendment? Okay, we've got an amendment.
So Chair, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Can we work into the amendment that we will continue this conversation and okay, so we just go, can we, all right.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. We're all on the same page here and you can work it out later. We got to move on. So I'm going to open the vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so now we have a motion that's been amended. I assume the mover and the seconder are okay with that, being that they did the amendment. So now we're talking to the motion as amended, and I'll look for speakers to that. Councillor Stevenson.
I just wanted to clarify, in the motion, do we have the amended bylaw that the applicant talked about? Or like, has the correction been made, or does that still need to be made?
I'll go to staff on that.
I believe it's in the, it's on the added agenda.
But I'm just wondering what was moved and seconded. Does it include the amended bylaw?
Through the chair, I believe the amended motion, or the amended bylaw, sorry, as mentioned by Drula Holdings, is actually going to be sent to council. So it's a minor clerical issue where we had specified 22 stories, and we didn't carry that over in one of the other provisions. So it's with the clerks, and it'll be for council.
So I'm just going to ask the clerk, are we okay with that being taken as just a technical thing, or do we need to make a clarification at this point?
No, we're good because in the motion that you're voting on, it says the revised bylaw, and we have copies of both revisions.
Okay, Councillor.
Perfect, thanks. I just wanted to confirm before we move on.
Okay, I'll look for other speakers on the motion, the main motion, as amended. Councillor Cuddy.
Okay, I'm going to speak about traffic now. That's okay. Thank you, Chair. So we've heard from several of the residents the difficulty, and I can tell you, Chair, from my experience, if I'm trying to leave Blackwell and go in on a highway at any time of the day, I often have to turn right and go up to Sunningdale, make a U-turn, and I know you're on the police board, but make a U-turn and come back down. This is really, really difficult. This is imperative, Chair. It's imperative that we make some changes to the traffic signals there. And I'd asked the clerk earlier, and I think I was told no, because the clerk likes to tell me no, that I can't put a holding provision on this with respect to having the traffic, something done with traffic, because I think this is critical for us moving ahead with any development.
So are you asking?
I'm asking if we put a holding provision on it until we.
Okay, I'm going to go to staff first. Is there a way for us to put a holding provision to get a traffic light? Is that, Councillor? Councillor? Is a traffic light, you want that specific holding provision to be done prior to the build?
Yes, we need a traffic signal, traffic intersection, yes.
Okay, I'll go to staff. How do we handle this one?
Through the chair, so we do have a traffic study submitted as part of this, and it assessed the need for a traffic signal at Blackwell and Highbury now, and it determined that it won't be needed until, I believe, 2033 or 2035. And so applying a holding provision, asking for a traffic study, we already have the traffic study. And I'll turn it over to other staff just to talk about other options for trying to get a traffic signal earlier.
Thank you, through the chair. So for the new subdivisions, the warrants for a traffic signal are presented in a study during an application. And we've all seen the results of that. The outcome being, in that professional engineer's opinion, a traffic signal would be warranted in 2033, based off of current development patterns in the area. How it is actioned by staff in the field is we react to the warrants, the actual volumes coming to the intersection. Just based off the needs throughout the city on traffic signals are great. And they're constantly, as councillors are likely aware, constantly being requested throughout the city. So when we did reach out to our traffic engineering division who manage traffic signals, they said there's no warrant now, and they will continue to monitor it in the future, including as development occurs, and potentially bring on a program to include traffic signals at this intersection based off of, budgetary needs, and so on and so forth.
Counselor?
So, thank you. With all due respect, 2033 is 7 years from now, and we're looking at adding, thousands of new homes, and I think Mr. Garashima said there were 9,500 to 11,500 daily vehicles. How could we possibly operate in and out with one route and no traffic signals?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, thanks for the questions. So typically our traffic signals are installed and managed by our traffic engineering team. Like they'll actually coordinate tenders to have our signals installed rather than the developers. But also further to that, this development is going to build out over multiple years. So once this official plan and zoning, if it gets approved, it still has to go through the draft plan process, or we'll have draft plan conditions to further protect the need for traffic signals in this area based on what's in the TIA. And then from there, we'll do a detailed design review, work through the subdivision agreement, and then Drula will start working on actually building out the subdivision. So 2033 is just based on likely market conditions and how long it'll actually take before we start to get shovels in the ground and homes actually built. Hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
Counselor?
Thank you. So you're anticipating that the applicant's not going to start building immediately, that this will, that we can look out 7 years from now, and that they, because we can ask the applicant right now when they're going to start building. They're sitting right here in the gallery, so we can ask them. But if the suggestion is that they're not going to build for 7 years, then fine, we can probably do that. But if the suggestion is they're going to be building in the next 2 years, this is not sustainable. And again, this goes back to what I talked about earlier. We need sustainable, responsible development. And quite frankly, and with all due respect to staff, this is not sustainable. Sorry, Chair, could I make an amendment to this with the traffic signal there?
If you want, sure.
Again, I'll have to rely on the clerk because I don't have any wording, but if we could do something that just, the 7 years out, the 2033 will not work. So I'm thinking we need something almost immediately, and we can work that in.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to see if she has a suggestion. Deputy Mayor, I see your hand up. Did you want to weigh in here, or what was it?
Motion as amended, so just to be on the speaker's list.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, I'm going.
If you'll allow me to weigh in though right now, I do note that the applicant, in the added communication that they put on the agenda, indicated in multiple locations in response to some of the concerns from the public, that they are willing and ready to have discussions with staff about advancing signalization at that intersection earlier than the warrant for 2033. So it seems like the applicant is willing to be a participant in some sort of arrangement with the city to put, and I know staff prefer that we put our own in, but it seems like the applicant is willing to entertain that. So, you know, I don't know if that we can amend a planning application for a traffic signal, but I think that there could perhaps be direction to staff to continue discussions with the applicant about timing of a signalized intersection. And so that might be the direction to say to staff, you need to keep these discussions up with the applicant on the timing.
Okay, I've just confirmed with the clerk, and from the staff's remarks, this is a traffic engineering decision, not a planning decision. So we're kind of, in her opinion, getting away from our role here. Maybe, like what I can suggest, Councillor, is to further to what the Deputy Mayor said, maybe make an amendment that those discussions happen between our staff and the applicant with specific direction at getting traffic signals installed earlier rather than later.
Yes, I'd like to put a timeline on that. So we say 2027.
Well, again, we can't, the clerk wants to comment. Go ahead.
Through the chair, potentially a better route to take would be to work with staff after the meeting and provide an amendment for council, just so we have the right wording and everything involved.
Okay. Staff, do you want to weigh in here on this?
Thank you. Through the chair, through that language and that we're working through the revised language, we'd probably amend clause C and add an II. That would give direction to the subdivision approval authority.
Just would need to clarify what that specific wording of part I would state.
Does staff have a suggested wording to go into that part II that the clerk can be comfortable with as far as coming into their planning jurisdiction?
Through the chair, it could read that staff and the owner continue to discuss like traffic signal timing as part of this development and work towards an appropriate timeline for that installation based on build out for the first phase of development.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Can we not put a date in there? Can we not put like 2027 or something like that? Because obviously the applicant's interested in doing this also.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, we could put a date. I think what becomes problematic is the traffic engineering team relies on warrants, which are provincially regulated, to determine when it's appropriate to install traffic signals. So I'm not sure with that part of the discussion if it should really be appropriate here or at the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee where traffic engineering team is present. But that would be my only concern with adding a year if the warrants are truly met.
Councillor, can I suggest that we work on this and bring that amendment to council? And I don't want to get a dog's breakfast here. I want you to be comfortable, totally comfortable with where you want to go with staff and with the clerk as well. So we're
Thank you, Chair. And if I could, I'll just wrap it. We'll bundle that up with what Deputy Mayor Lewis and I are going to talk to staff about before council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Deputy Mayor Lewis, you had your hand up earlier and then I dragged you into this discussion. Did you want to comment further on the main motion?
Yes, Chair, I do. Thank you for coming back to me on that. Not the first time you've dragged me into side discussions. So, and I would advise Councillor Cuddy that both Councillor Stevenson and yourself are on the Police Services Board, so he may want to downplay his U-turns. On the main motion, I've got a couple of comments to share, and I will start with the traffic piece. And I recognize Councillor Cuddy's concern. Again, he's advocating for his residents there. And I do think that as this project is going to get built out, that traffic patterns will probably justify an earlier warrant than 2033. But we will see where that comes. Traffic patterns will also be, frankly, impacted by Westdale's development to the west. And so as that comes online, that could change the timing for 2033 to an earlier date as well. But I hear the residents about their traffic concerns. But I am supportive of this motion because, I continue to see, the developer saying they'll help advance a traffic signal if they can, have that discussion with staff. And I hear staff saying they will keep monitoring it and advance it at an appropriate time. I do agree with Mr. Kavik that part of that may need to come through infrastructure and corporate services as transportation direction rather than through planning. But I think it's important to recognize that the applicant, the residents, the ward councillor, and this committee are all recognizing that the traffic concerns are there. It's about working out the details in terms of when a signal goes in, more so than whether or not a signal is going to be needed there. I think everybody's kind of recognizing that a signal will be needed at some point. Timing, however, is everything. On the application, I have to say to residents, with all due respect, I don't see going from 2 stories to 3 stories as some radical transition departure. And when I look at Sandridge and Blackwell, all the homes I see along those streetscapes are 2 stories. So I don't agree at all with the argument that 3-story towns are somehow a transition nightmare that's going to be invading people's privacy. And when I look at the setbacks that are in place in the existing lots and the setbacks proposed, again, there's distance provided there. Landscaping and things like that will be part of the site plan approval process, or I guess the draft plan of subdivision process. We get into some mixed language there. But even where we have the taller 6 stories, those are set interior to the lot, away from the existing single-family homes on Blackwell and on Sandridge. And so, quite honestly, to me, the transition argument doesn't hold water. There is a transition. We're going from 2-story single families to 3-story towns and into higher development further into the site. So I agree with staff's assessment that the transitions are appropriate, the heights are appropriate. I did want to ask staff, because we did hear some references to August 11th, but my understanding is that the development of the other blocks is further down the road. Do staff have an actual date on when they're bringing forward the next blocks, or is that still to be determined with the applicant?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, that is still to be determined.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. There will be other discussions, and I know that there's some concern about 15 stories in a couple of the other blocks. But my understanding is those are proposed, and we don't have the plan in front of us yet, but those are proposed for Highbury, the Highbury corridor and or Fanshawe Park Road corridor, which are higher order corridors and would be more appropriate, but that will come at some later date. What we've got to decide on is the application that's in front of us today. And I think the heights of the various developments of the building through the site, and the parking that's provided, which is more than a 1-to-1 ratio, which I'm very happy to see. On the apartments, we're talking about a 1.5 to 1 ratio, so there's sufficient parking on there. It actually meets all the planning boxes. Other than we do need to figure out where a park is, and that's a discussion that we had through the amendment, and that will continue as this moves forward. But when I hear
30 minutes or 30 seconds,
we have a petition that opposes everything, and that's what the petition said. They don't want any redesign. They don't want any resubmissions. Well, the reality is that this land is going to be developed, and this meets the Planning Act and the planning application requirements to go ahead. And so it is going to be developed, and I'm going to be supporting this application.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions on the main motion. Councilor Tressa.
I wasn't going to get involved in this, but you sit here long enough and you sort of get pulled in. I want to support the ward councillor's attempt to try to provide some more immediate relief to to the residents with respect to the traffic issue. And what really did it for me was when, I think it was you, Counselor, through the chair, said sometimes people have to go all the way up to Sunningdale and make a U-turn to come back down, which indicates to me relief is needed now. Relief is needed now for the residents in this area. Now, while it's typically it's the case that traffic mitigation measures are done through this warrant system, ultimately, they're implemented under provincial law through a municipal bylaw. It is a municipal bylaw that would put in a traffic, signal. I see no reason, and I don't want to hold this up to try to get a legal opinion now, but I would just recommend that between now and council, the interested parties talk to staff in a little bit more detail. If, notwithstanding the fact that the warrant process is the way we usually do it, this is part of the planning process. I mean, the very fact that we ask for a traffic study before we even accept an application as being complete means that there is not this artificial separation between traffic matters and planning measures. So I just want to encourage everybody who's closer to this to really think about maybe something could be written into the bylaw, and it would not be ultra-virus to the bylaw to put that in there. So let's not assume that just because this is the planning, we can't talk about traffic mitigation because it's related so much to the land use implications. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Councillor Cuddy.
I don't think I have much time left, Chair, but I just want to confirm, and because we don't have it in an amendment, I don't believe that
No.
Deputy Mayor Lewis and I are going to meet with staff to discuss all of this before
That's
council.
my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to mention to the applicant that if you keep bringing these things to me, my hair is going to turn the color of Councillor Trossos.
Well, we'll get a point of order on that one. I might do it myself. Okay. So we got a motion moved and seconded. I don't see any speakers, so let's call the vote.
Sorry, Chair, this is a vote on the main motion.
Correct, as amended.
Thank you.
Councillor Cuddy? Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Okay, we've been at this for 4 hours, and we have 4 consent items that have been moved down to additional items. So would we like to take like a 10-minute break?
I'd like to move a 10-minute break.
Okay, get a seconder for that, please. Councillor Hillier. And vote on that one. Okay, we'll call the vote on that. 10-minute break.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
So we have a few consent items that were moved down, that were pulled, that are moved down to this point in the meeting. The first one is 2.1, which is regarding development security modernization. And I'm going to go to staff for a brief presentation on what this is regarding.
Through the chair, staff are recommending council's approval of a new development security policy that would replace two existing council policies with a single modernized framework for administering development securities across the city. The proposed policy improves transparency, consistency, and administrative efficiency while continuing to protect the city's financial interests. Key changes include introducing a performance-based reduced security program for qualified subdivision developers, establishing a security threshold for internal security works, standardizing security calculation and release processes, and recognizing surety bonds in accordance with recent provincial legislation. One of the anticipated benefits of this proactive security policy update is the increased reinvestment in local economy, which could help expand housing supply by reducing the amount of capital tied up in development application securities. The proposed policy was developed through extensive consultation with internal cities service areas and industry partners, and reflects municipal best practices while maintaining appropriate safeguards to manage risks. Staff are recommending that council repeal the two existing policies and adopt the proposed development security policy as outlined in Appendix A of the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a delegation request that we need to vote on. So Councillor Stevenson has moved that, seconded by Councillor Cuddy, and we'll open the vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Wallace, you have 5 minutes. Thanks for waiting around.
Oh, thank
Please
you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Some of you may know I'm retiring this fall, and this is one of my last PEC meetings. Not my final. You're going to stuck with me for a while, but I appreciate you having me on the agenda, and appreciate allowing me to speak to you. Let me be very clear right up front. We are supportive of what's in front of you in terms of the security, the development security policy that's being proposed. We are very thankful for the work that staff have done. Mustafa, Peter have done a fantastic job of not only communicating with the industry, but we're proactive in coming up with the and looking at what was the best practices across the country on the performance-based framework. Let me start with this surety bonds piece. We've been asking for it. They had started the process, staff had started the process of looking at expanding its use across the city in terms of the policy. The province made a change, forcing all municipalities to accept it. They were well on the way, so I appreciate the work they did on that. The second piece, the performance-based framework, which we haven't had here, which is in other municipalities, we really, really appreciate it. It supports those who the city has worked with for years and years and decades and have never had an issue with. Let me just give you one slight example. A development application, securities required in roundabout time, just in round numbers, is about $1 million. One of my members, who you know very well, whose names are on a bunch of buildings, currently, right now, has $15 million in securities tied up here at the city, that the city's holding. They will qualify, based on the criteria, for the reduced performance, because of their performance, the reduced rates, which is great, which relieves cash flow and securities for them to reinvest in other properties, to invest in new properties and develop housing. So everything is great. The one thing that we wanted to make the point on, currently, in today's under today's bylaw, you can use land as for security. So you can't use the land you're building on, of course, you gotta have another piece of land to use it. Doesn't get used very often. Only a couple of my members have ever used it. We don't expect that it would be an option for those who are qualified for the reduced. But we would like you to, the report has land being removed as a security option. We would like it to continue on if possible. And I sent out an email to everybody. I think the best option, I'll be frank with you, for me, it'd be great if it was just change the wording in 4.5 and left land as an option. But really, why don't you put it in the alternative arrangements option? So it gives some flexibility to staff and to the industry that maybe land could be part of the security requirements for a development. It could be the full amount, but at least it's on the table that one or two of the members who the city has experience with, who have faith in that they will meet the requirements of their development applications in terms of why they put up the securities to start with, that they're met and land can still be used, at least in part, as part of that securities that are committed to the city. Like my guys aren't going to do a lot of it. Like the industry not going to do a lot of it because that encumbers that other property until this other one is completed. So it's not a great option for many, but it is a option for some. And you have it now. Why remove it? I can understand legal's advice was, listen, it's not illegal, but it's not a preference. But I would still leave it as an option. Put it in 4.4 as an example of an alternative arrangements, and everybody, all the options stay on the table. The city's protected from a security point of view, and the industry can move forward. And that is my submission. Mr. Chair, thank you for listening, and we look forward to moving forward with the new framework and the ability to use surety bonds.
Thank you. So I'll go to committee now for comments, motions, et cetera. Councillor Cuddy? Oh,
Thank you. Good.
We're all good. Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Stevenson? So we have a motion moved and seconded. Councillor Stevenson?
I'd like to move the amendment that we add including but not limited to land into 4.4.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk if she can draft that. Can you? Okay, so that is in eScribe, so we can have a look. I'll second that motion. So we're talking on the amendment right now?
Yeah.
Councillor Stevenson.
So through you, if we could just get comment from staff if they do have any concerns with this.
Okay, the staff review the wording that's on eScribe to see if you have any concerns about that.
Through the chair, we don't have any challenges with the wording.
Okay, they're comfortable with wording. Councillor Stevenson, in the clerk has the wording, but it included also part B, which is deleting section 4.5 of the proposed subdivision development agreement security policy. You didn't refer to that when you made the amendment. I just want to see if you want that in there or
Yeah, and Well, I went by the recommendation there, but it does contradict, doesn't it? 4.5 says land shall no longer be. So we need to take that out as well. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so I'll have the clerk remove that. Okay, so, and update it. So just take a look at the updated wording.
I'll just want to confer with staff on that we need to both, because maybe it should say land shall remain accepted as a form.
Through the chair, the wording here is correct. So we are replacing section 4.5 by adding the added wording to section 4.4.
Okay, so that's part of the whole.
That's
okay,
correct.
so did you catch that, Counselor? Well, no, they to get to where you want to go, they delete 4.5 and they put that in. I'm
Sounds
seeing
great.
nodding heads, so that's right. What's that? Counselor?
Yeah. All good.
Okay, so we have that amendment, and I'll look for speakers to that amendment. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have the motion as amended. I'll look to the original mover and seconder. Is that okay? Who's okay, so now we're on the motion as amended. I'll look for any comments or not. Nope, I think we're all good, so I'll call the vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so now we're on to the heritage consent items that were discussed earlier by Mr. Metralier, and part of the 12 or 13 that are being brought before us. So the first one is 2.3, and that's regarding the property at 26 Erie Ave. So I'll put that on the floor for committee members.
I'm happy to move that one.
Okay, so we have that moved. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy has seconded. I'll look for any comments or questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I would just like to ask through you to staff to just confirm that the owner still, is recently supportive of this as far as we know. Any concerns or anything that we should know about?
I'll go to staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, the property owner was contacted in May 2026, and we provided our draft evaluation and list of heritage attributes, and they were supportive and positive about the designation at that time. We did invite them to attend the Community Advisory Committee on Planning meeting on June 18th. They did not attend. We have not heard anything from them since then, but our previous conversations with them, they were supportive of the designation.
Councillor? Okay, I'll look for further comments or questions. We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 2.4, and this is regarding 242 Huron Street. I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy?
I'll move forward. I'll move the staff.
Move the staff recommendation. I look for a seconder.
I want to refer it, so I'll second it and then do the referral separately.
Sure,
Okay,
yeah.
then I'll second.
Okay, so Councillor Stevenson has seconded the motion. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Stevenson because it looks like she wants to refer.
Yeah, I'd like to make a referral to a future meeting as per the property owner's request in the submission in the added agenda.
Okay, so we have I'll look for a seconder on that. Councillor Cuddy has seconded it. So I'll look for comments or questions on the referral of this property from Councillor Trussell.
Reading through these applications through the chair, this one seemed particularly strong. And I say that I'm very familiar with the property because it's in it's not within a few feet of me, but it's in my area. So I'm very familiar with this property. And reading through the staff report, it just seemed like it was a particularly strong, not even a borderline application. The only issue here is whether proper notice was given. Can staff confirm what happened with the notice and that the notice was actually given?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, thank you for that. So the only information address that we had for the property owner was to a mailing address in Toronto. That was the only information that was available to us. So in December 2025, a letter notifying them of council's direction to staff to prioritize those 13 properties for designation was sent to that address. And then in May 2026, the draft evaluation and the list of heritage attributes were also sent to that address, as well as information on contacting heritage staff, being able to participate at the CACP meeting as well. And through both of those mail-outs that we did, we never heard anything back. And it wasn't until the letter that was received from the property owner in the added agenda that we have heard back. And we're more than willing to work with a referral and be able to start those communications with them. But at the time, we only had very limited contact information available for them.
Councillor?
Is it, through the chair, is it the responsibility of the property owner to keep you informed of the address?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, we use tax records. It's whatever the city has registered on the title of the property, who owns the property. The owner, according to our information, is just Norbert Apartments Limited, and they have a mailing address in Toronto.
Councillor?
Well, it seems to me as if you did everything properly and you used the tax records, and I don't see why we should, delay this. Having said that, if you want to delay it, I do think that the referral motion should put a time certain on there, something very, very short. There can be prejudice to the people that care about this property. There could be prejudice to the residents if this is delayed. So while I am not in favor of extending this, because we have a very, very strict time deadline. I mean, if this isn't done this year, that property is in jeopardy, and that's not okay. So I guess if this is going to be deferred, could you just put it like for one sequence, or just state what the max is?
The motion is to refer to a future meeting. There's no date in the motion.
Yeah, I would certainly object to that at council. So I'm hoping at committee this could be cleaned up a little bit and it could be very specific. There doesn't seem to be any irregularity here. You're doing this merely as a courtesy, and it's very important that this be done in a very timely manner. And I'll leave it there. So I would hope that you either adopt a staff report, or if you're going to refer it, put a very, very clear and short time deadline on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it for now, but I'm open to changing it at council once I just find out from the owner what time period they need, rather than be changing it now and then changing it again. I just want to ask through you to staff, was it mailed to the address, 242 Huron Street as well?
I'll go to staff.
So no, it was not mailed to the address. We did not have any information that the property owner lived there. The property, as we understand it, is student housing for Western University.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you. If I may, I just wanted to read the letter that was put on the added agenda, seeing as they aren't here to do it themselves. I am the owner of the above noted property and wish to request a deferral of the above noted matter. I was unaware that this process had been undertaken, and I have concerns about the implications and potential impacts that this designation will have on my property and the existing building. A deferral of this matter will allow me to fully consider the implications of a Part 4 designation on my property, obtain more information from city staff, and determine if I should seek a professional opinion from a qualified heritage consultant. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the above information, and I look forward to your consideration of my request during the PEC meeting on July 14th, 2026. I did speak to someone yesterday about this, and so I will be following up again to see if we can put a date on the referral, but for now, I'm happy with the future.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm actually willing to move an amendment to an amendment because I do agree with Councillor Trossau in terms of this shouldn't be wide open. If other information comes forward before council and a different date is requested, that's fine. But I'm going to propose that the amendment or the referral be amended to a 90-day referral period that gives the applicant or the owner 3 months to engage with our staff. And given the staff report is already public, like there's no surprises coming in what the staff recommendation is. It's a little different than a planning application. We're not on the 90-day clock, but I do think that this isn't one that needs to drag on. So I'm willing to move an amendment to the referral for 90 days.
I'll look for a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson has seconded your amendment, Deputy Mayor. So now we're dealing with that minor amendment on the timestamp. So I'll look for any conversation on that. Oh, I'm seeing Ms. McNeely.
Thank you. Through the chair, in order to make our timelines before January 1, 2027, the latest that we could bring forward is September 29th, Planning Committee.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, did you hear that?
I did hear that, and so I'm happy to take the staff's advice on that and make the referral for the September 29th Planning and Environment Committee.
Okay.
Is it to the 29th?
29th?
Hear from staff.
Yep. Staff, is the 29th Planning PAC meeting? Good?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yes, 29th is good, PAC. And Councillor Stevenson has nodded her assent to that change, smaller change. So now that's the amendment on the referral to put September the 29th in. I'll look for any conversation on that. Okay, we'll call the vote on that one.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so now we got the referral as amended on the floor. Any conversation on that? We'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And the last item is 2.5, and that's regarding 471 Nightingale Avenue. There is a delegation request from Mr. Malloy, so I will look for a motion for that. Councillor Stevenson? You're moving to.
I'm going to
accept
move
that.
that.
Now, I get a seconder from Councillor Hillier. We'll open that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Malloy, welcome. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's been a long day.
I started out with good afternoon, and I've changed it to good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, let's, welcome to our world. Let's,
Well, thanks for sticking around for me, too.
Yeah, so you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Got it. Okay. So, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning and Environment Committee. My name is Patrick Malloy, and I am owner of 471 Nightingale Ave. I'm here today to respectfully ask you to reject the recommendation to designate my property under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Before I begin, I want to make one thing very clear. I'm not here to argue that my building has no history. It does. I'm not here to argue that it has no heritage value. It does. The question before you today is much larger than that. The question is whether it is good public policy to impose a significant financial burden on a property owner who does not consent to designation, when that burden may ultimately threaten the very building the city is trying to preserve. When we purchased this property, and it's about 30 years ago, I believe, it was vacant and deteriorating. The roof leaked, the parapet walls required repairs, the windows were broken. Pigeons had taken over the building to the point where there were droppings about 6 inches deep. Vandals regularly entered the building and did damage. So no government program saved this building. No heritage designation saved this building. Private investment saved this building. Today, it is occupied, maintained, provides employment, and contributes to the London economy and tax base. We continue to invest in it. This summer alone, we are completing parapet wall and flashing repairs because that is what a responsible property owners do. The irony is that this building survives today because it has remained economically viable. Yet the recommendation before you risks undermining that very viability. Heritage designation is not without cost. Insurance becomes more expensive or not possible to insure. Finance becomes more difficult and at a much higher cost. Future repairs become more costly. Even major investment carries additional expense and uncertainty. These costs are real and someone has to pay them. If the owner cannot absorb those costs, maintenance becomes more difficult, investment slows, and deterioration follows. Not because the owner wants to neglect the building, but because the economics no longer work. I also ask you to remember a past decision of this council. When the possibility of designating City Hall was discussed, one of the concerns raised was the designation would tie the city's hands and impose unnecessary costs on the taxpayers. Council recognized that flexibility has value. I simply ask you to apply the same principle here. If flexibility is important to the city, why is it not equally important to private property owners? If the unnecessary financial burdens are unfair to taxpayers, why are they fair for individual property owners? Those are fair questions. This decision is not simply about heritage. It's about balancing heritage conservation with economic reality. It is about deciding whether imposing additional costs and restrictions on an unwilling owner will actually preserve this building or whether it risks making its long-term preservation more difficult. So I will leave you with one final thought. I ask that you apply the same principles of fairness and common sense that you would expect if this decision affected your own property. If this were your building, if these were your repair bills, your financing costs, and your responsibility, would you be willing to accept this financial burden? If the answer is no, then I respectfully ask you to consider whether it is fair public policy to impose that burden on someone else. So thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. So I'll go to committee, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I did circulate a motion, but I can read it out here now. I'd like to move an alternate motion. Notwithstanding the recommendation of the Director of Planning and Development, the staff report dated July 14th, 2026, related to the designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act for the heritage-listed property at 471 Nightingale Avenue, Ward 4, be received for information. And I'm wondering if there should also be, and no further action be taken?
As a mover, that's your prerogative.
I'd like to put that on.
Okay. And I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has seconded that. So we'll just get it up in the e-scribe, and then we'll take discussion on that. Okay, it's up. And I'll look for speakers to that. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and thank you to the seconder. This has been an interesting process to speak with the property owner, to read the report, to talk to others. And as was mentioned, we had a similar opportunity for City Hall. And so we had that experience as well. But I think this is very concerning to me as a city councillor that we've got property owners who are not made aware of such a significant impact that's being placed on their property. And I think that although it might be challenging sometimes to reach them, that we have to find a way to make sure that we've got their input before we make such a big decision. And in this case, when we've got a property owner who has been diligently taking care of a property, and as was mentioned, restored it over a period of time, recognizes the value of it, and is asking us not to do this, because it will place an incredible financial burden on them, I think is something that, for me, is very important. And I think if the city believes that these properties are of such immense value that the public benefit outweighs the concerns and issues of the property owner, then maybe we need to look at buying these properties and taking over the maintenance themselves. And if we're not willing to do that, then I don't think we should be putting that burden on someone that we're not willing to do ourselves. So I'm asking for committee support here to make a decision here and to say that, you know, we can't force this. And staff may, I'll speak with them between now and council, but we have a big responsibility here as council to really look at this decision and know that we're making the best decision on behalf of the entire City of London and respecting the property rights of the property owner and what's reasonable and feasible. If we don't have buy-in from the property owner, we are not going to have a success story here. And people are very concerned about heritage properties that then get neglected and decline, and next thing you know, we're demolishing them. Well, you know, what is it that we want? So here we've got an opportunity to say thank you to a property owner who's restored a building that most people know and recognize and value, and to give them the peace of mind and the financial security to know that they can continue to do that good work, and that we're not going to put an undue burden on them, especially when they've come and spoken so clearly and written and explained the reasons why. So I'm looking for committee support.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And I want to thank Mr. Malloy for coming forward, presenting his story, and not to repeat what Councillor Stevenson said, so eloquently said, but I would want to point out one thing that Councillor Stevenson said. Anytime we put a resident in a financial burden to accommodate our needs, our heritage needs, we have a problem. And we can't do that. And I'm grateful that you came forward, Mr. Malloy, and pointed this out because it's a flaw in our system. And it needs to be corrected. And as Councillor Stevens said, if we want to, we take over the ownership of buildings and we do it ourselves. But thank you for.
Please, Mr. Malloy.
Thank you for the work you've put into your building and for the maintaining of it for 30 years. And thanks for coming out today.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers from committee members. Please, Mr. Malloy, you can save it till after we're finished, if you don't mind. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll look for Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I will also be supporting the councillor's motion. I want to share some different thoughts, though. I certainly appreciate Mr. Malloy's presence, but and I think that he raises some valid points. But I will say, I also look at this through the lens of the staff report. And quite honestly, I find a considerable stretch being made to check some of these boxes on the evaluation criteria. And I'm going to cite a couple of them as examples. The property at 471 Nightingale meets criteria 1 of OREG 9/06, representative of early 20th century reinforced concrete factory, and criterion OREG 3 demonstrates a high degree of technical achievement through the adoption of the CON system, and cites the time of construction in 1917. The CON system had been in use for over a decade before this building was constructed. And while it may have been the largest scale ever seen in London at the time of construction, it didn't remain that for very long, nor was it the largest anywhere in the world. There were over 1,500 buildings already using this construction style across North America before this building was constructed. It is not unique or demonstrating a high degree of technical achievement, in my opinion. And I get that these are subjective, and that staff may have a different opinion, but I don't believe it meets that criteria. I don't believe it meets criteria 6 either, because it demonstrates the designs of a local architectural firm. I don't think that makes it, yielding information about the development of the East London community and puts it very high, or that criteria 7's met for its contextual value as, quote, it's important in maintaining and supporting the industrial character of the smokestack district. We're not maintaining the character of the smokestack district. We've given residential planning approvals at McCormick's, and that site is a whole other challenge. Kellogg's has transitioned into a commercial. It's not an industrial. And we've recently, within the last year, have approved residential tower development in conjunction with Kellogg's. We're not maintaining the industrial character of the neighborhood. So to say that it meets criteria 7 is a big stretch for me. And then to say it meets criteria 9 as a landmark, I have called East London home for almost 30 years. Never once have I heard a resident ever express that as a landmark in any way, shape, or form. They don't. And that is the criteria that we're claiming is being made, I think is a great stretch and highly, highly subjective. And so I don't think that this warrants designation, because I don't think the staff report actually reflects the reality of the property and the subjective opinion that it meets 8 of the 9 criteria. I've been able to just read through this staff report and eliminate 5 of the 8 yeses, in my own opinion. So I'm absolutely going to support not designating this and taking no further action. I think that there has to be a really clear argument made for why these criteria are being met, and I don't think the staff report, quite honestly, has met that threshold.
Thank you. I'll look for any other speakers. We have a motion moved and seconded, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
We have no deferred matters or further items for direction, so that leaves adjournment. I'll look for motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevenson, second by Councillor Cuddy, hand vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We got another 6 o'clock. Thanks for staff for waiting around here. I appreciate your time.